Welcome back to Nintagious. How are you guys doing tonight? I'm still getting set up a little bit, but I wanted to jump right into this. There was some stuff I wanted to talk about before we got started. I mentioned last night that this might be it for Fall Guys for a while. And for a couple extra reasons one extra reason that popped up since then, I think this is going to be a bit of a last hurrah for Season 3 at least. We might come back for Season 4 then. It's tricky because it's definitely, I'm not jumping on the dead game bandwagon or anything. That's not why I'm losing interest in the game. It's not like, oh, they're just not updating it enough. No, I just don't find myself particularly excited to play it anymore. I still think it is doing what it needs to do. I still think it's good. But compared to the other stuff I want to be playing right now, I'm or just streaming in general, because that counts art streams, I'm significantly more excited to do that stuff than I am to do this. I'm kind of doing this just to do it, which is a pretty good reason to not do it, in my opinion. Because, one, you guys can tell when my heart's not in it, I assume. I think it's just obvious when a streamer is just bored and they're playing something just because they feel like they need to be playing it. So, I don't want to push myself too hard on that. Unless the views are, like, substantially better. If my views were, like, twice as high as they were for anything else, then I'd probably be able to justify it. I don't know how these streams usually do, so I guess we'll find out. But on that note, I'd also rather just make more time for those other games that I'm more excited to play, right? And what really clinched it for me is that my PlayStation Plus membership's running out on Sunday, I think it was. And I'm not using it. It's just sitting here. This is basically the only game I'm using it for. Even when I was playing Avengers, you don't need online to play that. Scarlett's been the only one that's playing. Now, granted, she wouldn't be able to play if I decided to not renew PlayStation Plus, but otherwise, I'm just paying for it to sit here. And I should probably stop doing stuff like that, even if it's only like, I think it's like $10 a month. That's not that ridiculous. That's not breaking the bank or anything. But still, if I'm not using it, I should probably just not renew it. So, especially for a game that I'm not super excited to be playing. So yeah, this'll be a bit of a last hurrah for Season 3. I'll probably go super hard playing it off stream to try and get up to level 40 before that happens, just so that I won't feel like, oh, I have to renew so that I can get all the rest of the levels before it ends. I would like to at least do that. And this could all change. That's also worth noting. There's a good chance that by the end of the night, I'm gonna be like, yo, that was super fun, and I want to keep playing it. Maybe I'm only kind of not into it because I haven't played it in over 2 weeks. We played it, yeah, I think it was just about 2 weeks ago. So that might be part of it. It might just be that I'm a little bit too detached from it. So, we'll see what happens. I'm not gonna promise anything one way or the other. I like it when streamers are transparent with that sort of stuff. So I strive to be. I'm not. I do like building suspense and having surprises and being like, oh, there's something special happening. But when it comes to something like, we might not be playing this game anymore, that's not a fun surprise, right? So I'd rather just be upfront with that. Of what could or what may or may not happen. something like that. I like the colors. I'm like not really setting out to buy anything. I mean, aside from colors, because colors are very versatile. I guess I'll go ahead and get this. I got the kudos, so it's whatever. I was hoping I would be, like, mid-30s and not 28, but what can you do? What else did I want to say? I do pixels. Guess I should just pay attention to chat more in general, shouldn't I? Guy, Darian, Riley, how you guys doing? Anyone else lurking about or watching offline? Of course, it's good to have you. I've also been lightly thinking about streaming less in terms of stream length. Because I've been having an issue lately where, like, by the time I'm done streaming, I'm so tired. And I'm like, my energy level's so low, and I've used up so much of my day that I don't have the time or the energy to get literally anything else done. Which is kind of frustrating. Last night, I pretty much just sat here for like 3 or 4 hours and did nothing. I brought up Twitch and was watching a speedrunner that I like to watch. And I basically just zoned out and did nothing for a little while. And that sucks because there's a billion things I could be doing. Like, I really want to start getting going on video content this year. But I think the truth of that is, if I continue to stream as long as I am, I'm never going to have the energy to do it. So, now granted, it really depends on the game, too. Like, last night, we beat Cave Story at about the 5.5 hour mark. I wasn't about to stop it at 4 hours and be like, oh, I guess we're just not beating it this time either. Like, if I'm super into a game, I'm clearly also not going to just drop it. Like, if I feel compelled to go for 6, 7, even 8 hours, I'm gonna do it anyway. But I think what I should start doing, perhaps, is if I'm not really into a game. No, herein lies the problem. Most of these long streams lately have been because I've just been really into the game, so it's not like I've been forcing myself to do it, but chances are I'm not going to change anything, if I'm being real. I don't think anything is going to change there. If anything, I'll dial it back to like 5 hours instead of 6. That's unfortunate. Wow, dude. But again, once Monster Hunter comes out, you can guarantee those streams are going to be longer than usual. Like, that's just what it comes down to. Sometimes the time flies, is what I'm getting at. Sometimes it doesn't. If I feel like a stream is just dragging, then chances are I'm probably not being super entertaining anyway, and I should probably just call it quits. Unless I'm on a mission, and I'm like, well, we have to finish this for reasons. Realistically, what I'll probably actually do there is I set out for the new year saying I'm gonna only have 1 day off a week again. I want to go back to that because I want that stream time back, because I was also dealing with feeling like I wasn't getting enough done each stream week. So I said, okay, Saturdays are my only night off. I think that's going to vary on a week-to-week basis, is I think the correct way of doing it. If I'm currently feeling like maybe it'll be every other week. I don't know. Basically, last week I was feeling fired up, and I was like, we're streaming on Wednesday this week, because I have all this stuff I want to do. Now, I'm looking towards next week and saying, maybe I don't want to stream on Wednesday next week. So that might be very variable. And that might help. Because if I just selectively take Wednesdays off on weeks where I feel like I need the extra night, then that'll probably help. I don't know. We'll see. I'm also lightly considering only doing January for IndieWary. There's a lot of variables and random shit going through my head right now, is what I'm getting at. Part of that is because I want to bring speedruns back, and there's so many different things. It's amazing how in my first year of streaming, even through the second year to a degree, I was feeling like this is awesome because it gives me an opportunity to play through games that I might not be playing through otherwise because I need to fill the content slots. So that was cool. But now I'm starting to feel like there's still not enough time for all the games I want to play. But no. Nice. But a lot of that is just because if I want to have a speedrun night every week and an art stream every week, that just really limits what we can do. Which again, that's part of why I'm like, maybe maybe it's time for Fall Guys to hit the bench again. And free up that slot and do an extra one-step stream a week or something. Or do a speedrun and an art stream or whatever. That was a little closer than it should have been, but that was okay. So I was thinking, just today actually, with what you were saying about you want to try and draw Hyper Armor X, which is the X3 armor, right? And double. A lot of Mega Man X characters I've never drawn. Which is weird. And I think it's because when I was younger, they have more complicated designs than a lot of classic designs, and I think that was part of what kept me away, as I was intimidated by it. And now I guess I just don't do fan art as much as I did at that age. But for the montage, we're going to be putting Mega Man 0. Never drawn him. So that'll be interesting. That's part of... I mentioned briefly yesterday that I was thinking about, instead of doing a Mega Man 2 montage, I might do Mega Man X instead. Just because I've never drawn any of those characters. I've drawn X a couple times, and that's about it. I've never drawn Sigma, I've never drawn Zero. Never drawn any of those Mavericks. Never drawn Vile. So maybe that would be substantially more interesting. Alright, that helped. I'm gonna slow them down, because fuck you. This isn't looking too promising. What are you doing, dude? You don't have to grab here, you know that, right? So I was also thinking earlier when I was thinking, well, what is it about this game that has left me feeling disenchanted and making me feel like maybe I wanna drop it after this? And honestly, I think a good deal of it is the grab meta. I don't think it's like cheesy or anything like that. I mean, if someone were to say grabbing's really cheesy, I wouldn't necessarily argue with them, but I don't think that's it. It's that it's not fun. And I started thinking about it in terms of, it reminds me of building in Fortnite. I've heard a lot of people that like Fortnite say that that's what they don't like about it, is that the building feels very, like, unintended. That's clearly not what the building mechanic was meant to be when they made that game originally. And then they repurposed it by just, well, here's how the players started using it, so let's just design the game around that. And I think that's what grabbing is in this game. It's not necessarily an intended feature in the way players are using it. And honestly, these developers are kind of memey, so they're like, well, we're just going to embrace that. And for me personally, that takes a little bit of the fun out of it. It takes, like, every time a grab happens when it had no reason to happen, I'm like, I just want to turn the game off. Like, why? What am I doing with my life? That one guy on my team just grabbed me like 3 times. Why the fuck? Why? There's no reason to be Why? Why are you even pressing that button? It's like... It's awful. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I really wish they would add, like, a massive penalty for grabbing when you're not supposed to be grabbing. Which is really just make it that you can't hold it. Make it that when you press the button, your character does a grab, and if you miss, just make it that you, like, fucking can't move for, like, a full second or something. Make it, like, super crippling, so that if you're just throwing out grabs at random, you can and will fuck yourself constantly. I think that's all they need to do. Because otherwise, there's no punishment for it. You can just run around and just grab people and be like, ha 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 ha, I'm memeing. Look guys, I'm the Joker, I'm memeing. And it's like, it's not fun, dude. It's not fun. It just makes me go, what am I doing with my life? It doesn't feel like it adds anything to the game. It's kind of what I'm getting at. And if I had to blame any one feature of the game, this is what I'm really getting at. Because like I said, I'm kind of losing interest in Fall Guys, and I wouldn't say that the grab is to blame for that. I think it's just that there's other games on my radar that I'm more excited about, is really all it comes down to. But if I had to pin it on any one mechanic, it's probably grabbing. Because like I said, I see a grab pop out when there's no reason for it to pop out, and I'm just like, I just want to turn the game off. What am I doing? Here we go. Also, when did what happen? Hours or points? You did kind of rock it up there, though. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You actually have me wondering if the settings got screwed up somehow, because there's a bunch of people that rocketed up there in hours, and it's like, how and when did that happen? Like, Scarlet's over 1,000 hours yet now. When did that happen? I mean, I'm not terribly surprised, but it's also like, whoa, dude. But yeah, you were like 14th or something. You were pretty far down. Now you're ahead of Coulter. could have sucked. That I got very lucky there. Volpe did overtake JMT too. I didn't notice that. You've got to be kidding me. That's annoying. Lurking hours actually don't count as much as you'd think. It only counts you for, like, the first 15 minutes you're in chat or something. And then if you're not active in chat, it just stops counting you as a viewer. That's why YouTube, like, viewer, like, people watching is often way lower than it actually is. Because if somebody's lurking, it just doesn't count them as a viewer. Among Us is dropping off super hard, is why you haven't been seeing that many Among Us streams. People are getting bored of it very quickly. Streamers, at least. And I think that was an inevitability, because, like, to a point, it was admitted pretty quickly that playing it with random viewers was a terrible idea, and that the way to play it would be to play it with either members or other viewers, or other streamers. The problem with that is it's a Mario Party style game, where you're inevitably going to start hating each other. You're gonna ruin friendships playing a game like that. So playing it with other streamers is actually a horrible idea. Like, that's gonna cause rifts in the community, honestly. And that might sound like an over-exaggeration, but I firmly believe it's true. And that's only because... I firmly believe it's true because I know myself, and I know that if I were playing Among Us with... How many players does that game have? 10? With 9 other streamers, I'd probably make it 2 streams, and then half of those streamers I'd never want to talk to again. Because I'm just that introverted. I'd very quickly be like, I don't want to do anything with these people. So inevitably, oh, just play it with your streamer friends. That only had so much mileage in it, too. Get across the fucking fin. This is something else that fucking kills me with this game. Like, you're impressing nobody. Get your bitch ass over the finish line. Stop wasting my time. Hey, Volpe, how's it going? A lot of streamers have lately been labeled as toxic due to how angry they get at that game. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna make a lot of streamers look bad, too. That's why I stayed away from it, because I was like, I know that that's gonna bring out a bad side of me that I'm not happy, that I'm not proud of. God, this lobby is really sweaty. And I think that might be something else that makes me say, like, I'm getting kind of bored of this game. But to be fair, I can't really blame people for being competitive. Like, it's a fucking multiplayer online game. Yeah, you're gonna be competitive. How did someone qualify already? Yeetus, I guess? How on earth did that happen? That was interesting. I guess, with your hours, you know, I guess it just comes down to, like, 15 minutes a day. It adds up. Another something I realized, sad to say, with you asked Caleb, I probably won't play this with viewers anymore. And I realized last time we played it, it's because I get fucking bored. I don't want to watch someone else play. Like, that's boring. Like, I just don't care. It works if it's another streamer, or at least someone I can have on voice, because then it's like, we can be having a conversation in the meantime, but otherwise it's like, if I'm out, I just want to get the fuck out of there. I don't want to spectate. That just gives me more time to stew about the fact that I just got grabbed on rollout. You know what I mean? I don't think viewers want to watch it either. I don't think viewers want to watch just a nameless, voiceless character on the screen play. That would break immersion for me, personally. If I was watching a streamer and, like, half of the stream was them just spectating another player, I'd probably be like, why am I watching this exactly? So that might be something I'll have to drop. Now, that being said, I might still consider it tonight, since this might be the last time we play it for a while. So what the hell? Part of that was because I heard another content creator talking about the game like that, because they were streaming it and people kept asking to play, and they were like, here's the thing. My viewers don't want to watch you play. They want to watch me play and make an idiot out of myself. And I was like, you know what? I feel like you have a point. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Yeah, having them on voice changes it, because they're a little bit more connected to the experience. That's true, too. Yeah, like, even when a new season comes out, there's more to talk about. Because there's new games to talk about and such. But then once you get even a couple weeks into it, you're like, okay, I get it. Yeah, see, I don't think it's an issue with something like Risk of Rain because of that reason. There's a lot more strategy involved in that, too, so we still have, like... Roguelikes are... I've talked before about roguelikes are really good for stream of consciousness streaming, where all I have to do is just talk about what I'm doing in the game, because I'm making a decision every couple seconds. Like, it's so active in that regard. It's very easy to apply commentary for that. We were talking about hours, Volpe, before you got here. And I pointed out that you overtook JMT at some point. I don't know when, but... What, you took it as Sephiroth PTSD? Is that what you're getting at? That memory will haunt you. You said you did finish the game last night, didn't you? Didn't you say that at one point? I was, like, so focused on, Cave Story, but I remember you talking about it. Well, that's good. You never have to play it again, then. You can move on with your life. What's your next conquest going to be? Monster Hunter? Maybe? I feel ridiculous for trying as hard as I am to figure out what weapon I want to use in Monster Hunter when the game is still two months away. But I'm also like, I gotta figure it out sooner or later. Like, I don't want to wait until the game is in my hands and then be like, oh shit, I don't know what weapon I want to use. Like, I gotta figure that out. I'm leaning pretty heavily towards Gunlance. But ranged is also appealing. I think every other week would just make it worse. Because that's the state we're currently in. Like, have you ever had that happen, where, like, you're playing a game, you're really liking it, but then you have to put it down for whatever reason, and then next thing you know, 2 weeks have passed, and you're like, well, now I don't really want to play it anymore. That's what happened here, because I specifically remember playing it the last week of 2020, and saying, damn, I want to play this game more. Like, I remember being passionate about it, and being like, I want to play more of this game. Like, I want to find opportunities to play it. But now that I've taken... It's been 2 weeks... I got up today and I was like, damn, I don't feel like playing Fall Guys today. Like, I was away from it for too long. But I also think you're onto something with what you said about how, like, there's just less to talk about now. I feel like it inevitably... I don't really talk about what's going on in the game anymore, unless somebody's doing something stupid. There's, like, no commentary on the game until someone grabs or is fucking around at the finish line. And then I comment on what's happening, and that's about it. So I think that might be part of the boredom, too. I basically go on autopilot, and Splatoon 2 had this problem, too. Where, in the later days I was playing it, and I wasn't... My head wasn't in the game. I wasn't thinking about playing it. I was just going on autopilot, because, it'll get me views! And that's, like, I think that's the wrong way to look at things. That was fun, though. But it's also, when it comes to a course like this, what is there to say? That's what it comes down to. Like, what is there to say? See, I always thought that pacing it with, oh, I'll finish the season pass, and then I'll give it a break until the next season comes out. I thought that pacing would be comfortable. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm not jumping on the dead game bandwagon or anything, which is 100% a meme, because apparently people are doing it to Cyberpunk now, too. Where, whenever the developer makes any comment on Twitter, people are just commenting dead games. So, if I needed the evidence that that was a meme, that's pretty much it. It's just I feel disenchanted. I don't know, and I don't think it's anything the game has done. I think it's a priority thing. It's that there's other games I'd rather be playing right now, is what it comes down to. Now, it's worth pointing out, it's not like I'm not having fun right now. Like, so far, this is kind of par for the course. It's like, yeah, we Fall Guys. Like, it's not... I'm not, like, god damn it, this is fucking boring! Like, it's not like that or anything. Oh, clearly, I would have just stopped and did something else if that's how I was feeling, but... Oh, I hate this. But there's also no denying that, like, this morning... I actually drew a lot last night after the stream. Once I got over those couple hours of just sitting here doing nothing, I got some drawing done. And then when I went to sleep, I was like, god damn, I just want to fucking get up and draw more, honestly. This morning, I was like, I just want to cancel the stream so that I can just draw instead. And then when I got up today, I was like... Not necessarily that, but I was still like, I'd rather play like One Step from Eden, or start Indivisible, or do an art stream, or do some speedruns or something. Oh my god. I'm starting to firmly believe that some people will deliberately block traffic on this stage. Just to fuck with people. I'm pretty sure that one guy in the Doom costume, I'm pretty sure he was just standing there to mess with people. He didn't actually care about winning. He was just like, I'm just gonna be in everyone's way right now. Except he is up at the finish line now, I'm pretty sure, so... Volpe, you said you started another RPG? What are you playing now? It actually isn't that difficult to read chat playing this game, because you get these breaks, you qualify, and if you're even semi-decent at the game, you're gonna have to wait like a minute or two to be able to move on to the next game. It's actually very good for reading chat. I think that's likely, that if I were to take a long break and then come back, I'd be like, oh yeah, the magic's back. But I also feel like the magic's only gonna be back for like a week or two, when I play it once a week. And then I'm gonna be like, alright, I'm bored of it again. Honestly, it might be better when a season comes out and everything is fresh, for me to play it like 3 times a week. And go, like, super hard and get it done sooner rather than later. I think spacing it out is maybe potentially the problem. I think if I were to go crazy and just get the season pass done in, like, 2 weeks, I'd probably have more fun with it than I would. Because then I'd have a nice long break before the next season comes out. That might be worth thinking about. Because when this season first came out, I was like, hell yeah, this is awesome. I just want to play Fall Guys. But it faded really quick. And I think that's because I took a week off from playing it, and then I got my focus on other stuff, and I was like, I'd rather play this other stuff, really. Well, I can't really be mad about that. I'm bad at Thin Ice still. I still don't really, like, have a strategy for Thin Ice. I gotta say, I don't really care for it. I don't hate it, but it's definitely like an average tier as far as finals go. It doesn't get me hype. Whereas I see like Fall Mountain and Hexagon, and I'm like, hell yeah! Let's do, and even roll off. I'm like, cool, let's do it. That one, I'm just kind of like, eh. It's thin ice, I guess. That's what I'm saying. Every time a season came out, I'd play it for like rapidly over the course of 2 weeks. Do everything within the season, and then give it a break until the next season. That might be worth trying once Season 4 comes out. Maybe we'll think about that. It'll make it a little burstier, which I don't know how I feel about that. But I also think that makes sense. I don't think Fall Guys brings in enough viewers for it to be a once-a-week thing. And I mentioned this earlier, and yeah, honestly, this is a factor. Typically, I think Fall Guys streams actually do pretty well. I'd have to check that, but I think they're in like the top as far as like streams doing well. They usually do better than worse. But they don't do well enough to justify it being a once-a-week thing. And that was my original plan, was, oh, this is gonna be a game that pulls in viewers, so I should probably play it once a week, because it's just gonna be popular and good for the channel. I don't think it's bad for the channel. It's not a, oh, I only got 30 views this stream, what the fuck. It's not that, but it's also not a playmaker, I guess. I don't think that's the right word for it, but you know what I mean. Also, I said this a couple times, and I believe it more and more as the weeks go on. This game needs fucking crossplay, dude. I think that would significantly increase how I feel. Like, it would improve how I feel about the game. Because there'd be more people available to play. Not only in terms of there's going to be more players and queues are going to be faster, but there's going to be more people that I can invite on the stream to play. Because a lot of people are playing on the PC version. Not only does it need crossplay, I think it needs a Switch version. I think a Switch version would drum up a lot of business. And I think that would potentially change things. Hey JMC, how's it going, by the way? Somewhat, Caleb. A lot of regulars will show up right in the first, like, half hour of the stream. But then a lot of them do show up later, too. Like, that's not incorrect. Which has left me puzzled, if I'm being honest, because I often feel like I'm not super happy with where my schedule is in terms of what hours I stream between. I regularly think I should be streaming earlier for potentially better exposure, but on the other hand, I feel like a lot of my existing regulars already don't get here until later. So I feel like it would be turning my back on them to a point if I were to start going too early. That's why I haven't changed the schedule, I've just left it the way it is, because I'm like, I don't really know which way to change it. There's a part of me that thinks I should just be going later on that note. But then some nights, 1 o'clock rolls around and chat completely dies. So it's kind of hard to tell which is the answer. And then other nights, 1 o'clock rolls around and chat suddenly explodes with activity. It's really, yeah, really not sure what the answer is. Yeah, they added the Doom stuff this week, I think. I'll be totally honest. Doom is a thing that, like, I don't dislike it, but I'm definitely, like, completely neutral on it, where I'm like, whatever. I think that's just because I haven't played the games. I've watched multiple people play, I think it was Doom Eternal, the new one. And I watched a speedrun of it, too, and I was like, this game looks fucking sick, and I'd probably love it if I played it. I guess I will say I would, I'm glad they picked Doom and not some other Bethesda property. Not naming any names, although, like, what could I possibly mean? Although Vault Boy, or whatever his name is, would be cute, I think. I think that would be cute. Slowly working your way through Mario Galaxy the last day or so. You're at 26 stars getting to the kitchen. Yeah, you gotta get everything if you want to unlock Luigi. You usually get here at the, like, near the start of the stream, though, Guy. You're usually here in, like, the first hour. You're not missing as much as you might think you are. Oh, I think someone asked earlier about 3D World and if I'm excited for it. I want to be. I want to be excited, but I don't know if I have a good reason to be excited yet. I like what I'm seeing, I just don't believe it's going to be worth $60 yet, is what it comes down to, I think. Because the way I'm looking at it as, I already have 3D World, that new mode needs to be worth a $60 purchase. And, well, maybe not necessarily, but like a $50 purchase, maybe a $40. Because they are refurbishing the main game, too, and I haven't played it in a while, so I think I'd still get enough out of just playing that. This is an absolute clusterfuck, and it is not looking very good. But yeah, I like what I see, I just don't believe that it will necessarily be worth the buy yet. I might go for it anyway. But I wouldn't say I'm excited. I like what I see, but I wouldn't say I'm excited. I'm more excited about the fact that they released another Pokemon Snap trailer today. I legitimately forgot that was a fucking thing. Like, I forgot they announced a Pokemon Snap sequel. I saw that trailer this morning, and I was like, I'm so happy right now. This made my month. They need to fix this jumping nonsense. I'm not even jumping that hard, and, like, I just, like, brought it back, and I lost it at the last second, though. But I may have just won it through that. They need to fix that nonsense. That's way too easy to exploit. For those that don't know, if you're jumping with the penguin, you basically can't be grabbed. You just constantly jump out of their grab. Like, that's complete nonsense. And that was a thing 2 weeks ago. Like, how did they not fix that yet? Like, I understand you probably have other game-breaking priorities that need to be addressed first, but still, that's like a major exploit. You like being punctual, so it bothers you sometimes? I get that. Know that I'm never sitting here going, geez, guy's always late. Like, I never think that. I've said it before, I really only get, like, huffy about stuff like that when it's someone who's, like, super demanding. Like, if someone shows up, like, once a week, and it's just like, dude, play Undertale. Come on, will you play Undertale? I'll donate $100 if you play Undertale. Like, they keep pushing it, and then I decide to play Undertale, and they're nowhere to be seen, then I'm probably gonna say something. Then I'm probably gonna be like, where the fuck were you? Otherwise, if I ever say anything like that, I'm 100% joking. It's just being playful. And it should be taken as more of a, we missed you than anything else. This is horrible. That was a terrible idea, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sow disarray here, because nobody's fucking moving, dude. They're definitely selling Bowser's Fury as being a standalone game, but I'm also like, how big is it gonna be? Like, how long, how many hours is that gonna keep me busy? If it's even 20 hours, I'll be pretty impressed. If it's a 5-hour game, get the fuck out of here. Absolutely not. If it's like a 20-hour thing, like a 15 to 20 hour, not bad. Not bad. I think I could get into that. I'm gonna focus here for a minute, for obvious reasons. I made a mistake. And I got very lucky. You're very lucky. Well, I think there's someone all the way over there. Or did they all come over here? Well, they would have been screwed if they were over there anyway. Oh, well, someone was over there. He's screwed. But you know what? I took that gamble 2 weeks ago, didn't I? Where I took the one on its own, and it wound up being the one that didn't drop, and I won. Or maybe it was that I watched somebody do that. I don't remember. This is really uncomfortable. One of them is gonna grab me. I can feel it already. I can already feel the warmth of their grubby little hands. And I don't like it. It should really speed up more faster than it does. Like, really, it's the final round. Like, you can get a little bit more intense than this a little bit faster. The only reason it's intense right now is because I'm constantly afraid someone's gonna grab me, and that's intense for the wrong reasons. I'm the guy at the gym that's just like, just speed it up, turn up the treadmill, max power. I can take it, and then I fall flat on my face. But you know what? I'd rather do that than, like, sit there on the crawl setting for an hour and be like, oh yeah, go me. That's unfortunate. Like, I just didn't get up fast enough. There's not a whole lot you can do that. He should have been dead, honestly. If I died the way I did, he should have just died there. We are not watching this. This game takes way too fucking long! Like, do something about it. Oh my god. Jump Showdown takes like 720 years, and it's been that way for like 6 months. Takes way too long. Fix it. A final round should not take that long. It shouldn't. It's boring. And that's why people start grabbing. If people start grabbing, the developers should take that as a red flag of, this game is too boring and we need to fix it. Like, there's no greater indicator of a game being boring than, oh, everybody's just starting to grab each other. Yeah, I'm significantly more excited for Pokemon Snap than 3D World. I don't know if I knew that they changed the controls in Mario Maker for Cat. That's a good point. Hey Thunderbird, how's it going? Yeah, Jump Showdown takes way too goddamn long. It doesn't make any sense that it's a final, and Jump Club doesn't last as long as Jump Showdown does. That's nonsensical. Okay, cool. And I think I pointed this out 2 weeks ago, too. I think the longer you play a game, and I think this happens to a lot of players, some people either never play the game long enough for it to become a thing, or they are somehow able to not let it bother them, which, good for you, I'm jealous. You deserve every moment of that. I feel like the longer you play a game, you start seeing flaws like that. And I had this problem with World of Warcraft, too, where I'd see something where I was like, this is completely imbalanced and broken and it needs to be fixed, and then 5 years later, they still haven't fixed it. So Jump Showdown's really starting to bother me, because it's like, how do you not acknowledge that this is a problem? Like, how are you just like, yeah, this is fine? And how easy would it be to just turn the knob and just make it go a little bit faster? I think the starting speed for Jump Showdown and the ending speed for Jump Showdown are both okay. I think it just needs to accelerate faster. It takes way too long before it even gets going. I feel like once you have 2 platforms left, within the next, 15 seconds, that thing should be going full speed. Because at that point, that's the only thing you're reacting to, right? I could understand early on, while the platforms are dropping, you don't know what you're dealing with, so you don't want it to go too fast. But once there's only 2 platforms left, that's it. That's the game. It should accelerate as quickly as possible. So either accelerate it faster, or make the platforms, change in some way over the course of the battle, so that you have to continue trying to adapt to it. I think if one or the other happened, it would fix it, easily. But as it stands, you give the players a static environment, and then you make it substantially too easy to survive. For, a full minute, if not longer. And then what do people do? They just start grabbing each other, so... And if that's the intention, then fucking rename it to fucking Grab Showdown. And stop fooling everyone. Well, let's just stop going for the middle. It's not working. I hate this one. Nope, that's not gonna happen. I shouldn't have even taken that. I barely made that. See, oftentimes I don't see anyone grabbing in Jump Showdown until there's only like 2 people left, and they start getting desperate. Either that, or they're an asshole and they grab immediately. And that's just because they're a fucking meme lord. Didn't you start Galaxy a couple, like, back when 3D All-Stars came out, JMT? Or am I thinking of someone else? Or did you start it and you just didn't get very far? But yeah, I don't know about 3D World. I might just take the plunge, because if 2021 is anything like 2020 was as far as game releases go, they're going to be few and far between anyway. And if I go for 100%, I can probably get, like, a solid playthrough out of that game. So I can justify it from a channel perspective. Especially if I do a full-on 3D Mario marathon and play through all of them. That went really fast. Holy shit. I take back what I said earlier. I mentioned last night, I mentioned a couple times recently, I've noticed that, like, Mario Maker really died off. Like, when Mario Maker 2 was announced, it was at its, like, peak popularity. As far as, like, streaming it went. It was, if you weren't streaming it, you might as well delete your channel, because you're not gonna grow. And then once Super Mario Maker 2 came out, it dropped off, like, really hard. But now it's just the people who are really passionate about it playing it, which is, like, the way it should be anyway. I don't want to go that way. I thought I wanted to go that way, but I don't want to go that way. Coincidentally, I updated Mega Man Maker the other night, and found out that they added some more, like, obstacles and bosses and weapons, and they added Roll as a playable character, and now I'm like, I really want to start fucking around with Mega Man Maker. The problem is when it comes to making levels, I'm impatient. And if I can't do it within, like, a sitting, I get very, like, what's the point? And there's not a community there, as far as I know, so I couldn't even do it as a, let's just play levels. Because honestly, a lot of the levels that are uploaded, I'd say like half of them are just garbage troll instant death levels. And a lot of the bullshit that sort of works. Basically, a lot of people try to make Kaizo levels in Mega Man Maker. Except Kaizo doesn't work with the Mega Man engine. Like, at all. It kinda works with Mario. I'd argue that it doesn't, because I don't respect Kaizo, to be honest. But expecting it to just the same gimmicks to work in the Mega Man engine is completely insane. It doesn't work at all. You have to do it's a completely different set of tricks at that point. But people aren't aware enough to adapt to that. That's true, yeah. I was very surprised that they only had a year of updates for that game, for Mario Maker 2. I was very, very surprised with that. I think they rushed it a little bit too much. They honestly could have milked that for years. And I'm really surprised that they didn't. I respect that they didn't. But on the other hand, I'm like, that seems like free money. Why wouldn't you do that? When it really hit me was when they put out that one, like, financial report and revealed that, like, if I recall correctly, now it's been a while since I've looked at it, but if I recall correctly, the top 10 Switch games, as far as sales, I don't think Mario Maker 2 is even in it. Like, the game just hasn't done that well. And it's kind of weird, because maybe I was just skewed by looking at the streaming community for it. And maybe that's, like, the only community that it's popular with. So I assumed, oh, well, that game's gonna sell like crazy. But it didn't. I guess that's possible. You fucking clown. Oh, no. Oh, this is just unfortunate. Yeah, let's just bail out. I don't think anyone went down to the bottom layer to sabotage. That's kind of impressive. It's nerve-wracking. Oh, nope, now they are. I was rapidly pressing jump, dude. Fuck you. Thought it was gonna fuck me again there. Well, this is unfortunate. Oh, I tried so hard. I don't think they do publish digital. But yeah, it leads me to believe that maybe maybe people don't care about that game as much as I thought they did. Which makes me respect it more, because when I see people playing it now, I'm like, well, you must be a fan, and there's nothing wrong with that. Whereas 2 years ago, it was the same as Fortnite, where people were like, just play Mario Maker and your channel will grow. It's that easy. Well, it actually isn't that easy. Did the first one do, like, significantly better? Maybe that was part of my logic on that one, too. It makes me wonder, why did the second one not do that well, then? Like, what happened? Despite them giving the fans exactly what they wanted in Slopes. Like, people wouldn't shut the fuck up about Slopes, and they were like, fine, here's Slopes, and yet no one cared. Maybe just a good example of the fact that sometimes giving fans what they want isn't a good, it's not a good idea. Not that it's a bad idea, but it's not necessarily a good idea. Oh, it did sell more than the first one. Just a lower install base made it seem better. That makes sense. And again, I think it was from my perspective in particular, it was skewing based on the fact that I was looking at the streaming community of it. And for a while there, didn't some people call it like the yellow plague or something like that? Because you'd look at your subscription feed on YouTube, and everybody live was using the same Super Mario Maker thumbnail, like the yellow thumbnail. Like, it was bad for a while there. Like I said, now you see someone playing it and you're like, well, they're a Mario fan. It makes me respect it a hell of a lot more than I once did. As far as them only having a year of updates, that probably comes down to Nintendo probably didn't really want to make it. They probably just thought it was a good money maker, so they were like, well, we probably should. That might be part of it, too. A big selling point was that it had online multiplayer, and the online multiplayer was horrid. They're not gonna make a third one anytime soon. Does it work on peer-to-peer? That's funny, too, because it goes to show you how much most players don't fucking know about anything. Because a lot of people insist that Smash Brothers needs peer-to-peer connection, and that would fix it. Except Mario Maker 2 has peer-to-peer connection, and it's even worse. So, yeah. Peer-to-peer connection means there's no host. Like, the two players' internet... The players are directly connected to one another. If... Like, here... Like, Volpe, if you were playing Fall Guys and we were in the same match, we're connected to a host server, and we're both playing on that host server. Peer-to-peer connection would make it that, like, I'm the host, and we're only directly connected to each other, which, if you both have really good internet, is really good. If one person has bad internet, it's completely unplayable. Whereas, with a host server, if one person has bad internet, you just see them lag hopping around, right? They don't bring down the entire server. You just see that one person lagging a lot. But if it was peer-to-peer, it would just be unplayable. Now, if they both have good internet, it's going to be significantly better than any host server, just because there's going to be less latency. Less response time, because you don't have to communicate with the server. And that's the appeal of peer-to-peer, is that with a host server, we have to both communicate with the server, and then the server has to communicate back to us. And that takes time. That's what creates input delays. That's why when you play Smash Online compared to offline, there's like a little bit of a delay on every input. That's because it's communicating with the server. If it's peer-to-peer, you only have to communicate back and forth. It's significantly faster. But, fuck my life. But if one person has horrible internet, it's just unplayable. It just doesn't work. Case in point, Mario Maker 2. Also, case in point, there's a streamer that Twain and I watch. I don't really watch him much anymore, but I think Twain still watches him a lot. That plays Mario Maker, and he plays a game called Who's the Laggy Bitch? And it's basically whenever he gets into a game in Mario Maker, if it's completely unplayable, he immediately backs out to his friends list, looks at the 3 most recent players that he's played with, looks at their... there's no way to actually know which one is lagging, so instead he just looks at their play history, and if they have like over 1,000 hours of Fortnite, he just blocks them so that he never has to play with them again. And that's because, god damn it, that connection in Mario Maker 2 is terrible. And see, again, part of my issue with Fall Guys is, like, right now I'm more interested in talking to you guys than I'm in playing the game. Which is problematic, because I can't play Fruit Shoot while not looking at the screen, right? And I can't just stop playing and be like, oh, we're just gonna hang out and talk to chat now. Like, I could, but probably wouldn't. Fuck me. I might lose because of that. Unless everyone else gets fucking creamed. first loser. Yeah, randoms is peer-to-peer too. It's all host connection. Is Big Edis always there? Or is it only sometimes there? I gotta say, if any game had to unironically use the term yeet, like, this was the one to do it. And it actually doesn't seem completely ridiculous and memey and pandery. Like, it actually fits within the concept of this game, like, super well. Why do I have to wait until... Well, like, that's another quality of life thing. That, like, why do I have to wait this goddamn long before I can leave spectating? Also, I don't know how many wins I have. 32's not accurate. 42 isn't accurate either. I think I have 31. It really bothers me that you still can't see your win total. Maybe not really bothers me, but it's something that's like, why isn't that a thing? Especially now that you have the crown rank anyway, so you're already giving... I think for the longest time that was what it was. They were like, we don't want to add your win count anywhere, because we don't want people to focus too hard on, like, their win ratio or anything, or, look, I have 127 wins, I'm better than you. I think they just didn't want people to be that competitive about it, but now that they have the crown rank system, you're inviting people to be competitive about it anyway. Just give us a fucking win count. I feel like 2 years ago, when I first heard of yeet, I fucking hated it because people didn't use it correctly. They just said it just to say it, because haha, memes! Aren't you proud, Mom? Whereas now it's like, I feel like people actually use it as it's meant to be used. Which makes it significantly more tolerable. Guys, you're just all gonna die if you keep trying to jump over there. Now, I might have fucked myself by waiting that long. I might get caught in a clog somewhere, but it's... You know what I meant until this game? Yeah, when I first... It's worth pointing out, my early streaming career was very tainted by the fact that all I played was Splatoon 2, and I didn't know how much of a mistake that was until like a year later, because those kids are just a bunch of fucking meme lords. So when I first heard yeet, I think when I first heard it and I asked, what does that mean? They described it as, it's something you say when you're excited. And then, like, months later, I found out that that's not what it means. And I was like, oh. It actually, like, has a meaning. It's not just a word that people say. And then I, like, started to respect it a little bit more, because I was like, it does, like... It has a time and a place, right? Whereas originally it was just like, haha, memes. I realized what I think the golden rule for memes are. Is, and this requires way more foresight than the average meme lord is going to have, to be fair, You should ask yourself... I don't think anything does this other than Facebook. But imagine if every social media platform had something where it showed you, here's a post you made a year ago today. Facebook has a thing like that, where it'll say, like, you made this post a year ago, you made this post 4 years ago. Share this memory with your friends, etc. If you're going to see that meme in a year, and it's no longer funny, you shouldn't say it. And what I mean by that is, I think it's only funny if you're referencing something that's been around long enough that people actually remember it. I'm not saying this is gonna happen, but let's take Among Us, for example. Look at all the Among Us memes. What if this time next year, what if January 22, Among Us is... No one knows what Among Us is, because it's just fallen off the face of the earth. And just nobody cares anymore. All of the memes are going to be completely irrelevant, right? And they're not going to be funny anymore. Therefore, anyone who is... That's what a dead meme is. It's because you're making a meme on something based on it being trending, and then, when that thing stops trending, your meme isn't funny anymore. Whereas... if you have enough awareness to look at something and say, well, this thing is going to be something that's going to continue to be talked about, then I think you are onto something with the meme, because then it's, in a couple years, it's still going to be funny. People are still going to get it. They're going to be like, I get that reference. I saw that movie, or whatever. This is going horribly. But thanks to a good gold placement, I still made it. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. I think Thanos memes work. Because at this point, Thanos is like a pop culture icon, practically. People know who Thanos is. Even if they're not super into the Marvel movies, they understand who Thanos is and they know what he did. So those memes are kind of like... For years to come, you're going to understand that punchline. You're going to be like, oh yeah, Thanos snaps his fingers a lot. Haha. You're gonna get the joke. If you're not that aware, and then in 2 years it just isn't funny like nobody gets the reference anymore, I think that's the key to making a good meme. And I guess what I'm getting at here is I think it's better to meme things that are at least like 5 years old. That number could be up for debate. But I think if you're memeing a movie that came out like 8 years ago, there's a better chance of it resonating with people. And actually resonating with people. Not just, oh, it's trendy, so we're gonna quote that. But it's actually gonna make people go like, haha, I get that joke. You're actually making comedy at that point. Because you're being aware that there is an audience that the joke needs to resonate with. And that's why I think that Among Us memes don't work. Because it's too new, and the only reason the memes take off is because, haha, it's trendy. But that's not actually resonating with people and leaving a lasting impression. Also, I understand the irony of saying that Among Us is too new when it was literally a dead game for 2 years. I get it. Yeah, it's funny. That was kind of close. Yeah, but the eliminated thing itself isn't, like, a meme. I think it's, like, iconic enough that people are still going to be like, I understand that reference. And they probably will for years to come, for sure. Like, yeah, I think that is a good example. And yeah, it's very dependent on, like, what type of meme it is. It's a fucking 15-person Fall Mountain? Fuck this, dude. What the fuck? Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible! 15-person Fall Mountain is disgusting. There is nothing okay with anything that just happened there. I don't know, anything could be a dead game in a year. It's honestly a foolish statement, because literally anything could be dead in a year. We don't know. It could really go either way. It could have a resurgence and blow up like Among Us did in a year. Anything could happen, really. People still speedrun Mega Man games. I think dead game specifically refers to multiplayer games who are being constantly updated. I don't think a game that's released and just exists, I don't think that can really become a dead game. That's, like, not that's not... I think the meme is specifically referring to multiplayer games that are getting updated. And I think the concept there is, why the hell are you still updating this game when nobody's playing it? I pointed out before, I tried Spellbreak there for a couple weeks, and I really liked it, but there's no denying that that's a dead game. There's fucking, like, under 24 people playing that game. So that's, like... Why are you bothering to update this game? And the reason is they're trying to still bring players in by creating updates that are compelling to people. I think the unfortunate reality they have going for them is I think that the Battle Royale genre in general is kind of on the verge of death. I think trying to create new Battle Royales at this point is just meaningless. Because even if you try to make a new Battle Royale, and I'm talking like a player versus player Battle Royale, like this is a good example of it's drastically different. But even then, why do they always fall over on those platforms, dude? But even then, I think the Battle Royale genre has such a stigma that trying to release a new Battle Royale is no one's gonna pay attention. Because they're just gonna be like, oh, it's Fortnite. It's just gonna have that stigma for another couple years, I think. And even though Spellbreak was a significantly different game from other Battle Royales, it's still a Battle Royale. It's still a third-person Battle Royale, so people are gonna take one look at a screenshot and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, I've played that game before. And that was a thing with... When did Overwatch come out? That was a thing with first-person... with shooters in general for a while. And I'd say still now. You see a trailer for... Like, people... Whenever there's an E3, or anything... any event like that, and some developer is showing off of all their new first-person shooter games, everybody's just like... No one cares. No one gives a shit. Because you look at a brown as fuck first-person shooter game and you think, I've played that game before. It doesn't create wonder and amaze and amazement. Amazement? Yeah, amazement. And then we had that year where that era within a course of like 2 years where Overwatch and Splatoon both came out, and people were like, huh, it's a shooter game that looks completely different from every other shooter game. I'm interested in that. And I think Battle Royales have that problem, too. Except it's double. Because Fortnite already has a... I can't believe I just lost that. I mean, I can believe, because it was a horrible run on my part. Battle Royales have that problem, too, because Fortnite already has a very... Because that was what Overwatch and Splatoon did. They were like, let's just make everything colorful as fuck and catch people's eyes. And that worked, but Fortnite is already colorful and kind of cartoony, and you can't really just take that and be like, well, let's just make it, like, super realistic instead, because then people are just gonna be like, it's Call of Duty. I've played that game. So, potential hot take? I feel like there's not gonna be another slam dunk Battle Royale for another couple of years. Because it's inevitable that they're just going to... They need to air it out and get to a point where people are ready for a new one. Right now, people don't want a new one, which is a problem. Even if they think they want a new one, they don't. And unfortunately, that visual impression is very important. It shouldn't be, because people should look at the gameplay more, but what it comes down to is if you look at a screenshot for a game and it looks just like another game you've played, you're probably not gonna care. That's why I think it was so ridiculous, and I've told this story before. A couple years ago, I was involved with a small mobile developer, and the guy in charge had that problem. He thought art style and presentation was completely arbitrary. It didn't matter at all. And first of all, as effectively their art director, I took offense to that. I was like, so you're literally downplaying the job I'm doing for you. That's maybe not wise. But he firmly believed that didn't matter. It does matter. Because if the game looks like shit, people are gonna look at it and say, that looks like this other game that looks like shit. So why would I give it a moment of my time? You gotta stand out in some way. And he was like, nah, it's not important. Like, to a point, I agree that gameplay is the most important thing, but gameplay is a thing where the player doesn't understand that gameplay until they're already playing the game. Gameplay isn't a first impression. So you have to sell it through other means. That's me with Phoenix Rising, absolutely. I've tried to watch people play Phoenix Rising, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this game. Because, yeah, it's Breath of the Wild. The art style is similar. Uglier, in my opinion. Like, I don't think it looks good. At least Genshin Impact looks fucking clean. Like, it has a really nice art style. Phoenix Rising, I'm just like, I don't care. It's an open world Ubisoft game, I don't care. It's not going to be as good as Starlink. Starlink was actually a good open world Ubisoft game, and it's not going to be as good as that. Why? Because it's trying too goddamn hard to be Breath of the Wild. But again, the point with Genshin Impact is like, yeah, from a core gameplay level, it does do things that are drastically different than Breath of the Wild. But from an outside perspective, You don't know that. Because you'd have to play the game to know that, which is not necessarily ideal. They gotta pull you in with something other than it's fucking Breath of the Wild. But they're doing the same thing fucking Battle Royales were doing, where they're capitalizing on thinking, that's enough for people. Breath of the Wild's a fucking phenomenon, let's just copy that. Even if it's not necessarily a good game, we'll just copy that, because that's what people want. The problem is that doesn't actually work. And again, it's like borderline kind of the same thing I was talking about with memes, that was stupid, where it might work in the moment, but in 5 years, no one's gonna remember these Breath of the Wild clones. Unless they make their mark and do something original that sets them apart. And we know from Ubisoft's history that Phoenix Rising's probably not gonna be it, because they didn't update Starlink at fucking all. Well, that's a lie. They did update it, just not in compelling ways. Not enough to make me say, like, oh, yo, that's a good reason to completely play the game again. Which is sad, because I wanted a reason to play the game again. They just didn't give me a reason. In fact, they gave me a reason not to, because of the fucking toy nonsense, honestly. Yeah, not only was it too late, but Toys to Life already had a stigma. And they did nothing to combat that. I firmly believe if that game didn't have Toys to Life nonsense, it would have been considered, like, pretty good. Now, the unfortunate truth is a lot of people probably wouldn't have played it, still, but... I don't know, though. Would it have even caught my attention if it wasn't for the Toys to Life? I might not have paid attention to it at all if it wasn't for the fact that it had that element. Not that that appealed to me, but that made it stand out as something unique. Max is 3,089 crowns at 10 crowns a day. Using what as the timetable? That implies that you have a limited time to get up to the max rank. I don't think that's the case, is it? Keep in mind, they're intending... There are people that probably have thousands of crowns already. And they probably tried to create it to be a thing that you'd be working on for the foreseeable future. They didn't want it to be something you finished in a season. See, I think that's my problem with Starlink, is I feel like at this point it was such a failure, and it does go on sale very often, but I also feel like they should have done something to reward the people that did buy it. But it's... Even if you did buy it, they're still just like, well, just buy more, please. And it's like... But that's Ubisoft. You mentioned that thing on Discord about, like, people are excited about Ubisoft picking up Star Wars to get it away from EA, but it's still Ubisoft, and it's like, yeah, Ubisoft's not that bad these days, but I think that's because none of their games are as successful as they once were. I think if their games were successful on the level of, say, Breath of the Wild, they'd probably be one of the more corrupt companies around. Because I do think they only give a shit about profit. It's just their games aren't successful enough for them to go full tilt, we only care about profit. And see, it's something I don't like about Battle Royales, is I feel like... Maybe not Battle Royales in particular, but people who stream Battle Royales, like, that's their game, is they just play Fortnite or they just play Fall Guys. I think an issue with that is I think it sets unrealistic expectations. I think by the way the game is, the genre is designed, you should not expect to win a lot. Because you have to beat however many other people. Like, realistically, wins are supposed to be rare. But then you see people, like the popular streamers that get really into streaming it, they're winning, like, every round, right? And it's like, but that's unrealistic. Something I really liked, they did a Mario 35 showcase at GDQ. They actually didn't win much. There were 4 players, and they had it set up in, like, if you get a KO, you get 1 point. If you get a win, you get 10 points. Whoever has the most points by the end wins. That's how it was set up, and it was for an hour and a half. I think total, between the 4 players, they only had like 3 or 4 wins. Which was nice to see, because oftentimes you see showcases like that, and it's just win, 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 win. Easiest game I've ever played in my life. Like, it's just, it's so, like, try-hard. But this wasn't like that, which was, like, refreshing to see. So, on that note, I can agree with what you're saying, that they might have set the crown count too high, because you're gonna have to be one of those god-level players to be able to get all of the rewards, and that sucks. On the other hand, they probably designed it with those god-level players in mind, because when it comes down to it, those are the people they want to have continue playing their game. They don't want their ninjas. I don't know if they have a ninja. I don't know if they have a streamer that only plays Fall Guys and he plays it every single day for 12 hours. I don't know if that's a thing. But if they have any streamers like that, who that's the only thing they do is play their game, they do not want that player to get bored. They want to keep that player playing because it's creating buzz and exposure and hype for the game. So to a point, I understand that they need to appeal to those players. You don't know where you put... Is he in the ship? I would overall recommend Starlink. I had a lot of fun with it. It had problems, but it's easily top 5 open world games for me. Like, and you know how I feel about open world games, but it was compelling to me. I think my biggest issue is it does that, like... It does that Skylanders thing, where you need, like, certain weapon elements to, like, do certain puzzles, and it's not super punishing, because usually the puzzles, you can just skip them. You don't have to do them. You don't need it for, like, storyline progression. So at least there's that. But it's still, it's still frustrating, especially because there's no way to, like, earn the weapons in-game. You gotta go buy the toy. Or buy the DLC, which is kind of like... I think that game it would have helped that game a lot if you were able to save up an in-game currency and buy different ship parts and weapons in the game itself. Oh, I tried to jump there, but the jump input got eaten. Like, I could be mad about that. I'm more disappointed than anything. That's unfortunate. The fucking grab-asser fucking won. That's... makes me want to throw up. And like I was saying earlier, I do feel like I said, seeing shit like that just makes me want to turn the game off. And just be like... It, in a roundabout way, encourages you to play like a fucking scumball. And I guess... No, you know what? I'm gonna take a stand and say that's not the point of competitive games. I believe in good sportsmanship. I don't believe in being a fucking scumbag. And I think a lot of competitive players would agree with that. Basically, the competitive players who are good sports are going to agree with that, and the competitive players who are bad sports are going to disagree with that. So, you know what? Fuck them. You have to keep in mind, Caleb, I've played roll-off, like, 4 times. Probably more than that. I've gotten a couple wins on it, though. So I'm gonna stick with my usual. If it works for me, I don't care. I don't think you were here for it, but I went on a rant Tuesday night with One Step from Eden about, like, I don't give a fuck about metagames. I don't fucking care. Suggestions are still telling. Unless I specifically said, I'm doing something wrong here. What am I doing wrong? Which I didn't. What I did wrong is my jump input got eaten. So, that's coming off as you did something wrong, even though I didn't do something wrong. My jump input got eaten. That, and I was immediately on tilt because I started that match, and the fucking boxer prick immediately came at me and grabbed me. So, I was just immediately not in the game. Metagame is you do it this way or you're not going to be competitive. Metagame is, oh, you're playing competitive Smash Brothers Brawl. If you're not playing top-tier characters, you might as well not even bother. That's metagame. It's a little exaggerated, to be fair. But I think it's a lot of mentality of, like, this is the only viable way to play. Mario Karts are a good example, because if you get really involved in Mario Kart metagames, there's literally one character you play as, and that's it. There's one character and one kart setup, and if you're not doing that, it's just like, oh, well, then you suck. Sorry. You'll never be the best. Probably break after this one, if it's a long match. Hey Casey, how's it going? Nah, these matches have been pretty shitty so far. Another reason I was saying earlier about how, like, maybe when Season 4 comes out, I should just play it a lot for 2 weeks and just get it done. Another compelling reason for that is that everything's going to be less sweaty. Oh, this is unfortunate. Was that 2 weeks ago, or is it the stream before? The stream before that. Where I got like 3 wins, which I was like pretty happy with. I don't know what happened to that guy, but later. Dude! Oh, I can feel it. I need to back up and chill out. I can feel the, oh, this physics engine is trash and they need to fix it bubbling to the surface. I don't remember. I've only done two streams of Season 3 so far, so... Now, this is a good example with what we were talking about earlier with having a host server versus peer-to-peer. That's when the physics engine goes completely bonkers, is when there's one player connecting with the host server who's lagging their fucking ass off. And that's what was going on with that guy dressed as Ninja. He was basically a brick wall. His physics didn't work, and that's because he was lagging. Now, on one hand, if it was a peer-to-peer connection, the game would have been unplayable, which would have probably been worse, but it's still frustrating. Not getting a whole lot done here. There's a lot of people on this side, or a lot of people in this match in general. There's just a lot of people in this match in general. This is kind of uncomfortable. I don't think I got that, but still good hustle, team. Damn it. Shit. Try to backpedal. That's bullshit. All because my character tripped. Like, okay, Smash Brothers Brawl. And I feel like it often dominoes like this. Where I see one little weird physics thing, and then just all of a sudden the physics engine just stops working. And I start seeing all this very questionable bullshit all of a sudden. I just fucking can't get to any rings here. I guess I'm gonna follow this guy in case he misses that. He didn't, but I got it back up, so that's cool. Okay, that sucked. There's a chance? Oh my god. Okay, someone got a gold, so we're good. That was uncomfortable, though. Hey, Looney, how's it going? Watch an ad on weight loss when you clicked on the stream? That's weird. I don't even pay attention to YouTube ads. The only thing I pay attention to is how long do I have to wait before I can press the skip button. Like, I couldn't even tell you what the last YouTube ad I've seen is. I know over New Year's there was a lot of ads for potato chips for some reason. Because tripping was a horrible idea. I think chance mechanics like that in general are just a horrible idea. And I think that's what makes it ridiculous to me that people even play this game as, like, try-hard competitively as they do. Because it's like, how can you do that when something's that inconsistent? When your character can just arbitrarily fall over with no warning. Like, how could you possibly take it that serious? I'm probably gonna lose here because of that snowball fuck up at the beginning. Yup. First loser. Feels good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to level 40 before I put this game down for the season, to be honest. Just kind of not feeling it that much. I'll go for one more before we break. Starting to get cold, heater time. Also, it's worth pointing out that inevitably, once Monster Hunter Rise comes out, this was going to get benched anyway. Like, just to be real. And hell, maybe after that, maybe that'll be an opportunity to give Smash Brothers another shot. Then it's just a matter of which one makes me angrier. I think as long as I isolate it so that I don't have to deal with randos in Smash Brothers, it probably won't make me that angry. I just have to honestly be a bit of a killjoy, admittedly. And if anyone's being a super tryhard, I have to be like, hey, fucking stop it. Because otherwise, you're gonna ruin my fun and then I'm gonna stop streaming it. Because that's kind of what happened the last time, right? People were just being super tryhardy about it.
I just want to turn the fucking game off.
Take grabbing out. I beg you. I beg you. Here's the problem, is like, even when I encourage myself to play, stuff like grabbing completely kills my desire to continue playing. It's like, it's like, done. Hey Dwayne, how's it going? Why do you suddenly want to chug a beer? Because grabbing also makes you want to just give up on life? Because I'm there with you. Many beers are gross, you are correct. You are too young to know that, but you are correct. Horrible. I somehow got really bad at this at that particular course for no reason. And I think it's just because, honestly, like, I think, okay, at this point we can confirm this is gonna be it for Fall Guys for the foreseeable future. I am undeniably on autopilot right now. I don't care about playing the game. I'm just letting my muscle memory drive, which is why the matches are going horribly. Something that I have to deal with is we're only 2 hours into the stream, so do I want to tough it out for another 3 to 4 hours? Or do I want to switch and do something else? The potential issue with switching to do something else is my first thought is do something else on PS4 so I don't have to switch cables around, because that's a pain in the ass. I don't really know what I would play on PS4, though. That's what that comes down to. I only have 4 uses left of the Monster Hunter Rise demo. So that wouldn't last very long. I think what it comes down to is eventually it's all fun and games until something tilts me, and then the charm of haha, the character fell over stops being fun. I think that might be like the breaking point. It's like doing a Mega Man 1 through 6 run. You go through Mega Man 5, and it's hard as fuck, and you get tilted, and then you go into Mega Man 6, and suddenly your jump inputs are just dropped all the time, and you just want to just give up on life. You're just like, why does it matter? Why does any of this matter? Apparently you can delete your save data to reset your 30 hunts. That sounds semi-tempting, because I wouldn't mind messing around and continuing trying to workshop and figure out which weapon I want to go with. Who would delete their saves? Monster Hunters, man. Monster Hunters. We're a dedicated bunch. I didn't have that many customized settings, so that's fine. I can just switch them back. The unfortunate thing, though, is I don't think I'd want to do multiplayer if I switch to the Monster Hunter Rise demo. I don't think I'd want to do well, I wouldn't want to do voice. Since this game already has me on tilt, I feel like that's just not gonna go well. So I'm just gonna be a grouch. I'd have to shake the tilt first. Dude. I should have turned around and just grabbed him, like, underneath the pillar. Like, what, you want to fucking grab? Let's do it. Let's do it. Fucking shit pile. What are you doing? I mean, it's not an actual Monster Hunter save file, so it's not going to carry over to the full game at all. In any way, anyway, so... That is part of it, Caleb, to be honest. And yeah, not to put blame on them, but I've mentioned before this game is significantly more fun when I'm playing it with someone. Which is why I said earlier, this game fucking needs crossplay, and it needs a Switch version. Like, I think that would be integral to bringing my enjoyment back. Like, easily. I don't think I'd want to play Avengers either. I would similarly be on autopilot. That probably the difference is that game probably wouldn't make me angry, but I'd probably still be like semi-bored. Play Genshin Impact. PS4 version. Start a new file. I think I uninstalled it on PS4 because I was like, there's no reason to continue having it. The controller mapping on that game is fucking hot trash. You know what other game I was surprised by? I tried playing One Step from Eden on keyboard controls because I figured, how bad could it be? You put movement on WASD and then you put your two spells on left and right click. It's easy, right? That game's keyboard controls are hot trash. Hot trash. So I'll probably use PS4 controller the next time we play it, because as I pointed out, One Step from Eden Night, the Switch Pro controller's D-pad is hot garbage. Hot, stank-ass garbage. And once I need to start moving super fast in that game, that kind of causes problems. Get over the finish line, you fucker! No one's impressed. Switches Online isn't that bad. That wouldn't make that big of a difference. Especially because it's not peer-to-peer. Most of the games that, like, it's not the online service that's bad. Because look at Monster Hunter Generations. Have we ever had lag problems when we were playing Monster Hunter Generations for the hundreds of hours we played it on Switch? So no. Clearly the problem isn't— get over the fucking finish line! You know what it is? I hate this game's community. I hate this game's community. I think that's what it comes down to. That's what breaks me. These people are not fun to play with. It's just infuriating. It takes a community of meme lords that I fucking hate and puts me right in the center of all of it. The only difference is I don't have to listen to them talk. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, we've never had lag problems with Monster Hunter Generations, right? We played that game for like 400 or 500 hours. We've had a couple disconnects here and there, but that's about it. So it's clearly not a fault with the Switch's online service. It's a fault with the servers they have for the individual games. And even then, it's only some of the games. Like we were talking earlier, Mario Maker's problem is that it's peer-to-peer, right? That's the issue there. Smash Brothers' issue is, honestly, people just expect it to have no latency at all, which is an impossibility. Like, that's just literally impossible. I don't know how Mario Kart 8's online is. It was good on Wii U, though, so I would assume it's good. So yeah, that wouldn't cause any problems. That would just add more players. It would just be a good thing. Dude, just fucking get up there. Just fucking... I was gonna fucking grab that guy and throw him over the finish line, because I wasn't about to do that. Yeah, honestly, it's that most of Nintendo's servers suck. It's not necessarily the online service itself, it's the individual. Splatoon has pretty decent online, too, doesn't it? The greater issue with Splatoon 2 is how many people join the game and then just put the controller down and walk away. That's not a connection problem. That's just people being shitty and not giving a shit that they negatively affect other people problem. That is a different problem entirely. The arenas in Ultimate are bad. They're not as bad as they were in Smash 4. Smash 4's arenas were basically unusable. So it's still a step up, but it could definitely stand to be improved significantly. But again, that's not the online service that's the fault there. And really, any game where you're playing with randos, you can't blame anyone for that lag other than the randos, is what it comes down to. There's only so much the developers can do, is what it comes down to. Until they have enough money and power to say, we're gonna get our very own satellites and just make the best internet in the world and make it available to everyone for free, there's nothing they can do. Which would be amazing. People would act like it would be a bad thing, because Nintendo's up there with Disney now, where people just like to find fault with things they do. It's like almost trendy. Oh, I'm lucky to be alive. That'd be super cool for Nintendo to do too, just because of the Switch being handheld. Oh no, that was just... I shouldn't have jumped, I should have just kept walking. Because just imagine them being like, well, you know, you got paid $20 a year, which it would probably go up at that point. It would probably... I don't know how much, but it would be significantly more. But then if they were just like, yeah, even if you don't have internet, or your internet sucks, we just provide internet. You don't even have to, you don't even have to be at home. If you're out at the bus stop, your Switch still gets internet. Cool. The fucker who wouldn't cross the finish line lost. That makes me happy. Or did he? Looked like he did. Unless there was two of them. That is a problem. The camera on roll-off is really bad. It is bad. Alright, I need to at least go get a drink. I think I might be onto something with what we were talking about, is I think... Like, when Season 4 comes out, if I decide to come back to the game, I think we're just gonna play it, like, 3 times a week, and just enjoy it while it's fresh, and I'm actually interested in playing it. Because, like, 2 weeks ago, it wasn't like this. I remember specifically having a lot of fun. So I should have just stuck with it while I was having fun, instead of putting it off for 2 weeks and reaching a point where I didn't necessarily feel like playing it anymore. Because whenever I force myself to play this game, it goes horribly wrong. Also that kill. You're not wrong. That's also correct. I can adapt quicker than most players in this game can, so I'll just have a better chance in those early weeks. So I just let Discord lighting up. I want to check if any of that was important. I don't think it's been long enough for a mid-season game. This season hasn't even been out for a month yet, has it? No, I had a bunch of Discord messages. I still do, I'm just not going through them all. I don't necessarily I haven't had any exposure to cigars to dislike them. I just know that most people dislike them. Yeah, it was like... It's only been out for about a month, yeah. I will say, to a point, and this is... There's flaw to this logic, but... I think they put too much effort on constantly pumping new skins into the game. Now, to be fair, it's not like new skins require game balancing or coding. It's 100% the art team, right? Whereas creating new stages is a little bit more involved. But every week they're adding new crossover skins and shit, and it's like, it's almost too much. It's almost too much, and I would rather see every week have like a new game or something. Because I've noticed this from following them on Twitter. Honestly, half of their posts I don't give a shit about, because they're just, it's some skin for some crossover that I don't care about. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't say they're doing it wrong, but there's a very heavy focus on skins. And just I personally don't care, I guess is what it comes down to. Like, there's already so many that I don't... It's not that I feel like there's enough and they need to just stop making them entirely, but I feel like a lot of their funding is potentially going just towards crossover skins. And maybe another issue, and I think we've talked about this before, is despite there being so many skins, this is all the bigger the shop is. Honestly, the shop needs an expansion because there's so much shit to buy and you just don't get that many options per day. You can stand cigars better than cigarettes. I don't know. I can't even, like, think of off the top of my head what a cigar smells like, because I've had such little exposure to them. So I guess I can't even weigh in on that. I do find the smell of cigarettes to be absolutely disgusting, so it probably won't compare to that. Alright, let me take a short break, get something to drink. I'm super thirsty. Yeah, that's true. Cigars are like a slow burn. I've never understood that either, to be honest. I've never understood. Maybe someone who does or has smoked can shine a light on that.
I've never... Now, see, part of that is because my whole life I've been around people that smoke. So maybe that's part of it. Ever since I was a little kid, like, my grandmother smoked constantly, like a chimney. And so I was just, as a kid, I was always like, that smells horrible. So of course I never had any desire, but I don't understand. Yeah, just based on the smell alone, I can only imagine it tastes even worse. So it's like, how could you ever have the desire to, like, do that to yourself? Oh, I don't understand. And, like, now it's like, well, if you've been smoking for 10 years, it's because it's an addiction, right? But how does it get started is specifically what we're talking about, right? Like, how do you ever get the desire to be, like... A lot of people are like, oh, it calms you down. Well, if you've never had one before, how do you know it's going to calm you down? How do you know that that trade-off is going to be worth it? Because for me, like, oh, it'll calm you down. So, okay, this game has me pretty worked up. I could use a cigarette right now. Except I know what they smell like, and I know that they will kill me. So it's like, is that a worthwhile trade-off? No, I'd rather be a little worked up, thank you very much. So yeah, how does it get to that point? Where you're like, yeah, it seems like a good idea. Is that, like... It's so funny that, like, with the way 2020 went, I feel like even with something like smoking, I think smoking is 100% bad. I don't think there's any benefit of the doubt there. I think it's just horrible and no one should smoke. But with the way 2020 went, it was like... You felt like I felt like I couldn't speak out about anything without somebody being like trying to justify it. I actually had backlash for bad talking alcohol. There was a stream, I think Seven was on with me, and I went on a rant about people that drink, like, and I'm talking like casual alcoholics, like they don't actually have a problem, but they're like. The only thing that's stopping them from having the problem is because they have a day job and they need to not get fired. And if they didn't, then they'd probably have a problem. I actually got backlash from that. And it's like, that's a world we live in. That something that's overall bad for your health, you can say, hey, I don't approve of this, and someone can get upset about it. I'm surprised that cigarettes aren't the same thing. How dare you? For, like, it's my American right to kill myself with cancer sticks. How dare you judge me? Can we just agree that it should never get to that point? and it should just be, no, smoking's bad. I tend to not harp on it a lot, I think for the main reason of, and I don't remember who had this point once, but it was a very good point. And if you're talking to someone, I think it's important that for those of you that are younger, like Caleb Riley, I should probably be like, yeah, smoking's bad, don't fucking do it. But if someone like Eno or Twain or Guy is smoking, they know what it's doing, right? Like, if Eno was a smoker, he it's not like me saying, you know that could kill you, and he's gonna go, holy shit, really? I need to quit! He fucking knows it's gonna kill him. Like, when you get to a certain age, you just fucking know that. So I tend to not harass people about it, because it's like, they know what they're doing. And I would argue that like 90% of smokers are considerate enough to not do it around you if they know that you don't like it. So at least there's that. That's what I don't like about alcohol. Drinking is a very peer pressure focused pastime. It sounds weird to call drinking a pastime, but it effectively is to some people. And it's very, there's a lot of peer pressure going on there. At least with smokers, they acknowledge that you don't like it and they don't do it around you. Like, at least I'll give them credit for that. Whereas, like, people who drink a lot will just be like, come on, have a drink.
What are you, a bitch? It's like, the fuck, dude? What a fucked up world we live in. Dealing with someone smoking cigarettes versus cigars is the same difference between hanging out between someone who's drinking wine versus beer. I think I can get what you mean. I think I get what you mean. Although I've known some pretty obnoxious wine drinkers too, but I still get what you mean. Wine drinkers are typically not as belligerent. They can be, but it's not the first thing you think of. I didn't know you could have an allergic reaction to weed. I didn't know that was a thing. I kind of came to terms with weed just because I realized it's not really that. I've talked about this before. Like, Eno, maybe Guy has been in the same position here. Twain probably has. Like, when we were kids, when we were teenagers, they went super hard on shoving anti-drug, for lack of a better way of putting it, propaganda in our faces. In the 90s, they went super hard on that shit. And it wasn't until, like, the last couple of years where I realized that some of that stuff was nonsense. Not all of it. Don't get me wrong, some of it is fucking horrible and you should never put it in your body. But, like, weed in particular, I realized, it kind of isn't that dangerous. Now, I think it does stunt growth, but that's very much a if you're really young kind of thing. Clearly, if you're an adult, you're done growing, and it's not gonna stunt your growth. So I kind of came to terms with. I used to very much turn my nose up at that too, but then I realized that it's not actively killing you like cigarettes are. For instance. Also, you always joke that, like, you never hear anybody getting high and then killing a bunch of people. Like, typically it just chills you out. So typically they don't get into any trouble, and so who cares? You know, very different smokers. I've only ever known one smoker that, and I think we talked about this the other night, because I think Riley brought it up. I've only ever known one smoker that smoked indoors. And they only smoked in their own house. They still wouldn't do it in other people's houses. But I could see it being obnoxious if you know someone that just doesn't give a fuck. I should have used Mike as an example, because I think Mike smokes. And you'll never hear me saying, Mike, you should stop smoking, it's killing you. He fucking knows. He knows the potential consequences. Yeah, it's a sign that... Honestly, this usually happens on Fall Guys nights, where when I decide to take a break, we'll just sit and talk for like 15 or 20 minutes. I think that's what keeps me sane. How long does it take for this to turn off? 10 minutes, I think? So it's been at least that. I forget what else I was saying. I derailed with the dare nonsense. I low-key believe that a lot of kids in our generation would have never gotten going on drugs if it wasn't for the fact that Dare basically told us what to look for. Like, I remember I remember they had these big displays of like, here's all the different drugs you can get, so that you know what to avoid. And it's like, I think you might have just given some people some ideas. Like, I don't think it was terribly well thought out. And to a point, I get it, because I don't know if this is still the case, but at the time, a lot of them, I think their thought process is that a lot of them kind of looked like candy in particular. So they were very much like, hey, this one looks like a Skittle, so you should probably watch out for this, because it's not a good thing. I think I understand what their thought process was there, but I also remember not having any exposure to drugs until they exposed me to them, so... Yeah, that probably is why it's not really a thing anymore, or at least it's not as aggressive if it is still a thing. It was super aggressive in the 90s, it was kind of goofy. I never really thought about it until recently, though, so, like, it's not like as a kid I was sitting there going, hey, this is stupid. I didn't really think about it, but... I don't know, like I said, I didn't know a lot of that stuff existed until they told me what it did, so it was kind of... Are your priorities placed correctly here? Anyway, I think, Riley, did you mention you started cigarettes because of feelings of unworthiness, amongst other things? So it was just a who fucking cares kind of thing, I guess? I guess if I would have ever had that desire, that probably would have been what it stemmed from. I mean, in the generation, like, before ours, there was the whole problem of, like, the media tried to make it look super cool. So I think a lot of people picked it up for that reason. But even when I was a kid, I feel like that wasn't the case already. Where media wasn't really doing that as much. I'm super thirsty. Let me go take care of that, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll either keep talking, or I'll continue raging, or both. Ideally both. Well, ideally not the raging, but ideally I'll continue playing while we continue talking. What is not allowed is desirable. I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it's that people don't like being told what to do. But it is also that. I think if there's a concept of what's socially acceptable, you're gonna have people saying, fuck that. I'm gonna do the opposite just because you can't tell me what to do. I think that's what it comes down to. And it's funny, I talked to someone, I think it was my mother that told me about this, that watched, like, an interview with some sort of psychiatrist. And he explained that, like, it was topical with 2020, because I feel like that happened a lot in 2020, where people were just kind of like, fuck you can't tell me what to do, on a variety of issues. And I think they were basically saying that that comes from the way a lot of people are raised, is that as kids you're constantly told what you can and can't do. So inevitably when you become an adult, you're like, well, I'm not a kid now, so fuck you can't tell me what to do. It creates people like that. And I've been saying that for a while, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but then I heard this guy say it, and I was like, I was onto something with that. It's just kind of interesting. I think that's a lot of it. I think that's why typically
Now, this can go either way. Because typically, when I was a kid, I don't remember being told no very often, but I also wouldn't say that it was... It wasn't a, I got everything I wanted either. It was... I think my parents were good at explaining why no, instead of... They didn't say no and because I said so. They did a better job of explaining why not. Which I think leads to me being more of a person when someone says, like, can you do this? I'm not going to put up a fucking fuss. Now, and I've noticed this by observing just people that work different jobs and people that talk about their coworkers. I've noticed it's a thing there too, where a lot of people, they get a job, but they don't like being told what to do. So when their boss tells them to do something, they're just like, fuck you. You can't tell me what to do. Forgetting that they're your boss, yes, they can tell you what to do, and they have the right to fire you if you don't. But that's like a slightly different situation. But I think typically if I were in a situation like that, I wouldn't necessarily put up a fuss. Unless it's just ridiculous. Now, there is one exception to that, and that is backseat gaming. But that's like... I think that's different because I'm the one in control. Like, clearly if someone was in charge, and they said, hey, here's what I need you to do today, that's a little bit different than me being the one in charge and having people barking orders at me. I think that's the key difference there. Now, I think respect also comes down to it. Because like I mentioned earlier about when I worked with that small game studio, and honestly I thought the guy in charge had no fucking idea what he was doing. So yeah, I put up a little bit of fuss here and there, because I didn't respect him. I didn't respect him to know what was right or wrong. He often had very flawed reasoning, which just led to me being like, well, I'm not going to go along with that, because that's a terrible idea. But if I respected them, it probably would have been different. But I do think it's just like in human nature that people just don't like being told what to do. Especially if they think it's not the right thing to do. And then I think 2020 caused an issue where now people are... If you try to explain why it's not the right thing to do, people are just like... They don't care. It doesn't matter, like, how much evidence you provide that they should or shouldn't do that. They're still, fuck you, you can't tell me what to do. Which is why it got quite belligerent in 2020 in multiple avenues. Yeah, just be your own boss. And then you can just tell yourself to go fuck yourself. And there's no consequences. It's spectacular. It isn't spectacular, it's miserable, because then you constantly tell yourself every day of, oh, you should have gotten this done and you didn't get it done. So it's not necessarily better, but at least I don't have to worry about, like, explaining things to myself. It saves time, if nothing else. Alright, seriously, I'm parched. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll pick back up. So, stay tuned.
Yeah, that's a good example, guy. I've heard you tell stories before about, like, especially before the pandemic. I feel like they fired a lot of the people that did this, but I remember you talking a lot about employees that would be told to do something and they'd just be like, you can't tell me what to do. And then, yeah, the pandemic hit and they were like, well, we're firing you. It happened where my mom works, too. She had a lot of housekeepers in particular. For context, she works at a hotel, in case anybody forgets that. And she's worked at multiple hotels, and this seems to always be a thing with housekeepers. For some reason, housekeepers, they'll be told, hey, go clean this room, and they'll just be like, nah, I'm not doing that. I don't understand how people keep their fucking jobs, honestly. Is it that easy to keep a job now? That you can literally just tell your boss, I'm not doing that, and you won't get fired? Like, is that a thing? It's mind-blowing. Another good example is backseaters. I've had to ban a couple of people for backseating because I say, hey, could you not do that? And they're basically like, fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway. Hate your own generation. Oh right, my controller's not on. Which you're on the younger side, right? So you're in the generation after me. All generations have bad representatives, though. You gotta keep that in mind. Oh, you're actually a little bit younger than I thought you were. I thought, like... I figured, like, low 20s. Although, I think you've mentioned school before, but maybe I just assumed you meant college. Oh no. That's unfortunate. The sad thing is, I like the new stages they added. Like, I do. I think they're pretty good. I don't like Thin Ice, but for the most part, I like the new stages. The Penguin one needs to be fucking rebalanced. That was a dropped jump input, so that's fantastic. Might as well. Like, okay, so if we're gonna stop playing, I guess I'll just go speedrun Mega Man 6, because I'm already used to my inputs being dropped. So, whatever, it'll be fine. Oh my god. I'm probably not... What are you doing?! I'm probably not gonna qualify, just to throw that out there. I really dislike that quitting there doesn't work. When did they break that? I see what you were going for there, Volpe. I'll give you points for trying. I'll give you points for trying. I see what you were doing. I wouldn't say it was a slam dunk, but points for trying. I was watching one of the GDQ runs where one of the runners said, like, if you're in any speedrun community and you don't like puns, you're doing it wrong. And I was like, I think I can support this stance. I forget what run it was. By the way, adding to the list of GDQ runs I'd recommend people watch, the Spectre Knight speedrun was fucking bonkers. If you think Mega Man 11 is fun to watch, with how it's just very explosive, Spectre Knight's the exact same way. That run was completely insane. Which I think is why, I mentioned how, like, the Mega Man 11 run was kind of dull to me, because nothing's really changed in the run. There's no new, like, strategies, aside from, like, really weird rapid weapon swaps. But the Spectre Knight runner said, he was like, that's the first time I've ever seen Mega Man 11, and that looked fantastic. So the fact that it's just getting on more people's radar is fantastic, because not a lot of people run Mega Man 11 for whatever reason. So, good stuff there. Oh no. Oh no. I don't like this. Okay, we're fine. That's not even a pun, that's just a play on words. Have you tried to speedrun anything other than Mario Galaxy? I would not recommend continuing on Mario Galaxy. That run is way too long. Way too long. I'd start with something shorter. Mario 64 is a bit of a short speedrun, isn't it? Could maybe do something like that. If you want to stick with 3D Mario. Caleb, have you ever watched a Mario and Luigi speedrun? I don't think you understand what you're asking. I think Galaxy's controls are fine, it's just... It's when you're on, like, the planetoids, and the controls start, like, dynamically changing based on, like, where you are gravity-wise, that's when it gets kind of clunky, especially in the speedrun. A lot of stuff can happen where you're like, well, I didn't want any of this to happen, but this is where I am. I almost took my own. I didn't know that guy had a tail, dude. I still think they should add, like, a halo to people when they have a tail. Because sometimes you just don't notice that they have one until they run past you, and then you're like, oh, I should have grabbed that guy. What's with all these fucking hammers, dude? I don't approve of this setup. Maybe I should... Oh, I couldn't run the other direction, because conveyor belts. Well played. Oh, no. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, that's the gravity stuff I'm talking about. It gets really weird sometimes. Oddly, it wasn't as bad in the Wii version, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's something with the analog stick difference or what, but in 3D All-Stars it's worse. I'd say it happens, like, twice as often. Maybe more than that. It happened in the Wii version, just, it was rare. You didn't see it very much. It was just an interesting fluke you saw every now and then. I think most of what I hated about the speedrun is it was just too long. It was long and it's kind of boring. The speedrun route picks a lot of really boring stars just because they're fast. Which, I get it, but there's a lot of really cool shit in that game that you just don't get to see because it's too slow, which is just kind of disappointing. That's why I was thinking about doing an all bosses run or something, but there's no denying that that's going to be a very, very, very long run. And if the fast run was already too fast, then or too slow, then I probably shouldn't attempt anything else. Wow, I didn't know you could jump up that early. A small part of me wants to go for Yeetus. Nope. My parents taught me the importance of reasoning. I think they did. I had to have picked it up from somewhere, right? Well, when I was saying compared to the Wii version, I meant 3D All-Stars. I didn't mean emulator. I don't think people use emulator for Wii games. I don't think that's a thing. Not for speedrunning them, at least. I don't think the emulation's good enough. Take it easy, Caleb, by the way. Yeah, that makes sense. If the emulator's not good enough, then they just won't let you do it. The emulator has to have, like, perfect accuracy for them to accept it. Which, like, most NES games are accepted. Even then, you have to use certain emulators. I tend to just prefer not to. Especially because now... I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream. I can't get my controllers to work on my new computer. The app I was using before... They updated it and it sucks now, and now it just doesn't work. So I basically can't do emulation stuff right now. Unless it's Genesis, because I do have the Genesis Mini USB controller that I can just plug in and use that. But basically anything else, I'm just not capable of doing at the moment. I guess in theory I could do NES and Game Boy, because there's enough buttons I could fit it on the Genesis controller, but like Super Nintendo I couldn't do. Or anything any more complicated than that. I gotta figure out how to... I have an idea for how to get it to work, I just have to fuss with it. I haven't done that yet. Oh, no. I think... Oh, that was really stupid. I'm lucky. I think that... the Switch controller works with Steam. That's how I play One Step from Eden. That's how I'll play Indivisible. I might start using the PlayStation controller, to be honest. I don't know. We'll see. I think I could just add the emulators as games in Steam, and then it would just automatically use my controller? I need to fuss with that and see if that's actually a thing. That might be the workaround that I need to go with. Oh, that was stupid. I should have taken the wall. Man, I'm really bad at roll-off. The more I do it, the worse I get, it feels. But I can't be mad because, you know what? That was all my fault. No one was fucking with each other on that one. Can't be upset at all. I'm surprised 64 emulation's allowed, because 64 emulation's really bad. Yeah, they all work on Steam, but they don't work with anything else. And emulators aren't on Steam. Game Pass is also not on Steam. I'm thinking if I just rig up the games and add them into the Steam library, then the controller should work. But otherwise, outside of Steam, basically the only thing that works is an Xbox controller. I used to have an application that tricked Windows into thinking all controllers were Xbox controllers, and the new version of it sucks. It's just horrible. And I don't think you can get the old version that was not horrible. I gotta figure that out before we get too further into IndieWary, because if I want to play anything on Game Pass, I'm gonna have to figure out how to make the controllers work. In theory, that should work. Just link the game up through Steam, and then use controller support through that. Who knows? It might not be that simple. I'm just gonna have to mess with it. There's a little, like, dried soda splatter on my screen or something. Zeculus? I'm gonna go with Zeculus. Welcome to the stream, by the way. And yeah, I have gotten donations. Just got one a couple weeks ago, if I remember correctly. Escape you right now? That's out of character. You're supposed to be the one that's good with the words. Well, at least they didn't put a pit there, so I didn't die. Stand up, you fuck! Oh my god, dude. Why are those platforms just, like, built to make you fall over? That has to be, like, not intended. And it's super annoying. Oh god, okay, whatever. What happens awfully often in real life. Just not finding the words. It's a hell of a lot easier when you're typing, honestly. I'm rooting for this guy. What are you doing? He's moving, so he's not AFK. Unless he dropped his controller upside down. And it's like just, you know, so the stick is just tilted ever so slightly. Like, both of these guys. The other guy looks legitimately AFK. What a yeet, dude. Maybe he booted the game up and somebody immediately grabbed him and he was just like, nah, I'm done. If that's the case, I get it. I get it. Hey, Gordy, how's it going? I'd recommend it. I'm in a sad position with it tonight, where I'm kind of like... been playing it once a week for several months and I'm kind of over it. But, like, it's still good. I'd recommend checking it out. It's not anything that the game did that caused me to be disenchanted. It was just, I think I've just played it too much, and there's just other games that I'm more excited to play at the moment. figured, still have PlayStation Plus active, I might as well put in another week before that runs out. Have you still been streaming? I know that you stream over on Twitch now, and I like never make an god damn it. I never make an opportunity to like go watch anyone on Twitch. And even when I do, there's never anyone live. It's really weird. I know you've been trying to get into art within like the last half of 2022. So I know. See, I keep up with you more on Twitter now than anything. And I barely look at Twitter either. I know you've been having fun with that, though, which is good to see. Oh, no. My regrets was taking the big Edis. That was a mistake. This is the music track that mashes up with Linkin Park's Faint, like, perfectly. It's really funny. I think I linked that on Discord back when I first found it. Wow, yeah, I did terrible. Disgusting. Get me out of there. Oh, your schedule is just bad. You know what? If it works, do it. I was talking to Twain about that a bit, because I noticed after my week off, when I was watching GDQ all week, that, like, I tried to be like, well, all these people stream on Twitch, so I should actually make an effort to go watch them. But I feel like people on Twitch typically don't have set schedules. They just stream whenever the hell they want. And you know what? If I could do that and still have a good turnout, I'd probably fucking do it too, so I can't really hold it against them. I don't know if it... I don't think it did take inspiration from that song. I think it's coincidental. Yeah, on YouTube in particular, I think consistency is really important. It might just be once you hit a certain level, consistency doesn't matter as much. I don't know, because I've seen people take the consistency super seriously, and it just doesn't work for them. Like, they stream 5 days a week for 8 hours every day, and they're still getting, like, 3 people watching. It just, the consistency just doesn't matter, so I don't think it's all that, but I do think it's pretty important, for sure. I think it's important for my own sake, though, as well. I think if I didn't keep a schedule, it would be far too easy for me to just wake up and be like, I'd rather roll over and get 30 more minutes of sleep. No stream today. Like, that would just happen all the time if I didn't have a consistent schedule, so... Wait. Well, I was really active last week because I was off, and I was doing that GDQ montage, and I was posting an update every day. It's probably going to slow down again now that that's done. Because now the only montages I'm doing are going to be streams, so it's going to be at most once a week. So yeah, that was just that particular week. No, it's only the Twitter. I was actually thinking about, like, getting a more proper gallery somewhere, but I don't even know where people... What gallery sites are there? Like, I have no idea. I know DeviantArt's considered a joke, so I'm not about to do that. But I would like something... At the moment, I wouldn't have that much to post, but I would like something that's more traditional of a gallery where you can look at, like, you know, a screen full of thumbnails and be like, oh, look at all this different stuff. Twitter's not super ideal in that regard, because you have to, like, scroll back through the timeline and shit, which is why I try not to post anything but the art. Because I don't want people to feel like they have to shuffle through a bunch of garbage to get to the stuff they actually want to see. So I think I looked at Instagram a couple of years ago, and that's the one that doesn't have a desktop app, right? Like, you have to do it on your phone, and that immediately turned me off, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. But maybe that's changed. Or maybe it was a different platform I'm thinking of. It becomes such a comedy of errors sometimes. I think some artists use Imager? IMGUR? I think some artists use that. I don't know if that's necessarily the best place, but... Fuck! I should have... Now I'm gonna lose. Actually, I might have lost even if I made it across, so it doesn't really matter. Let's just go ahead and get out of here, because I'm going to lose, and then this is gonna be faster. Woo, speedrun strats. Here we go. Also, that sucks, guy. And that wasn't even her fault, either. It was the landlord dropping the ball. That really sucks. Oh, is there a way you can sort by media? I don't think I knew that was a thing. I don't know a lot about Twitter, to be fair. Yeah, I've seen some people say that, oh, just do Fur Affinity, and I'm like, but I don't draw anything like that. So yeah, I could still have a gallery there, but it's kind of appealing to the wrong audience, I think. Yeah, DeviantArt is pretty... The funny thing is that it's been like that for like 2 decades. It's always been like that. If you're ever wondering what happened, no, DeviantArt's always been that. I think people use Imager for art. I might be wrong. Why would people recommend Fur Affinity? Because it's a very large, often used site. There's a lot of users, so you're gonna get a lot of exposure. But it's also kind of geared towards one specific type of character. So I feel like if you were to post art there, if you're not catering to that audience, why would you do that? I guess Newgrounds has an art gallery section too, right? I guess that's an option. Yeah, it's understandable, guy. That always sucks. I remember that happened to a friend where I lived a couple of years ago. Where, like, they were in a situation like that and I wanted to help, but I was like, there's already too many people here. Like, I can't help. I wish I could. And even now, I'll talk to people in, like, other towns where I'm like, I wish I could help, but then you're gonna be, 2 hours away from your job and you're gonna have to commute every day. I'm sure you don't want to do that. I often forget Newgrounds exists, too. Yeah. I haven't gone to that website in probably at least 10 years, if not 15. So I actually asked a friend about that guy. They, whoever runs Newgrounds was smart enough to figure that out in advance. Because I had the same question, because Flash is officially gone. It's just, like, it was shut down. It was at the end of 2020. With the way Newgrounds works, it automatically converts the Flash file into a movie file. So it still completely works. I don't know how the games work, but the animations work like that. They just have a conversion software that just runs it, converts it into a movie file, and then uploads it. So that still works. I don't know how the games work. And realistically, I think you can still install Flash on your browser if you really want to. It's just... they really don't want it to be encouraged. Flash is very insecure, honestly. There's a lot of insecurities, and that's why it was killed. If anyone's like, well, why did they kill Flash? That's why. There's a lot of insecurities, there's a lot of back doors that, like, viruses can get in that way. And HTML5 is just better. So they started moving towards that. So browsers don't want to just have Flash installed by default. And that's why. Because it's insecure. But you can, I think, still install it manually. If you really want to. They might have a conversion for games, too. I just haven't looked into it. They might just require that you install it yourself. And yeah, YouTube used to use Flash. And then, yeah, they upgraded to HTML5 for probably that reason. I think HTML5 is probably just better in general. But I know a lot of it was insecurities. What are you doing, dude? What are you maining? Oh my god. Other people are hell. That would have been nice to get. Okay, you guys take the easy ones. I'm just gonna camp for this one. I'm okay with this outcome. Come here. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to... I know some people I could ask, like, hey, or what are some other good, like, gallery sites? Because Twitter does not feel like it's meant for it. When I started using Twitter, that was the reason I started using it, and right away I was like, this doesn't feel ideal. This feels like a band-aid. This feels like something I'll use until I get something else. Pillow Fort would be good, but it's not really taken off yet, as far as I know. I don't think anyone's using it yet. But that's, for those that don't know, that's basically a Tumblr replacement. There's people that said, fine, we'll just make our own Tumblr and fix it. And it's pretty good from what I've seen, it's just it hasn't exploded yet. Yeah, they did give a huge warning on killing Flash. Like, yeah, that's been known about for a very long time. I've had a few people ask me if that affects me at all, because I actually use what was once Adobe Flash for all of my artwork. It's now called Animate, but I had some people ask me, like, does this affect you? Is that software just dead? No, the software is still there, because now it's just HTML5 instead. So nothing changes for me. And yeah, exactly, Volpe. Flesh was very easy to pick up and learn. But then, yeah, it was the insecurities. The new Tumblr, it's called Pillow Fort. I don't know if you can even actively sign up at the moment. I think it might still be like early access and you have to get recommended by someone. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, it's basically Tumblr, except without any of the political bullshit that Tumblr was killed by. And yeah, it can be hard to get anywhere with Twitter. You gotta kind of depend on someone... You gotta kind of depend on retweets, is what it comes down to. When I was doing the Mega Man montage, one of the works in progress got retweeted by, like, a Mega Man news site, and that one, like, blew up. But it didn't, like, linger. It was just that one piece. And now everything else is, like, back down to, like, 20 likes at most, which is kind of disappointing, but I know it's a slow start. Even back when I used Tumblr, it took me years to, man, I'm just bad at Thin Ice. It took me years to get my account anywhere close to an impressive amount of followers and traffic. Which is why it hurt when Tumblr didn't shut down. I shouldn't refer to it as Tumblr shut down. Tumblr still exists. It's just they had some policy changes that basically makes it complete garbage for artists now. This guy is fucking living on the edge. I think I have won a Thin Ice, but it was only like once. I'm not good at it. I don't know how to strategize it yet. Alexander, how's it going, by the way? Yeah, that's the thing. The policy changes on Tumblr were so bad that basically everybody left. We were like, we're getting out of here. This is terrible. And I've talked about it before. The big change Tumblr made was they decided to no longer allow pornography, which is fine. The problem is they put an algorithm in place to detect and delete said pornography. And the algorithm was way too aggressive. Basically, if you uploaded any artwork of any character that showed skin, if you did fan art of Jessica Rabbit and put it up there, it got taken down because they thought it was pornography. Just because she shows skin and she has cleavage. It was way overly aggressive. And it just made it like, as an artist, you're like, I can't use the site now. Because half of the time my stuff just gets deleted. If you do anything even remotely fan servicey, it was gone. I don't know if that's still the case, but it was bad enough at first to make everybody say, we're out of here. Why would we even bother? Especially because Tumblr was just kind of like, eh. Like, they didn't care. They were just like, well, that's the way it is now, so deal with it. Which I'd love to talk to someone who programs algorithms like that. I'm really curious, how does that work? How do you build a program that looks at a piece of artwork and can detect stuff like that? That's like amazing witchcraft to me. That just doesn't make sense. Like, how does that work? It's probably something as simple as we look for certain colors, and if they make up a certain percentage of the image, then we're just like, well, like if the skin tone color takes up 90% of the image, it's just, we just assume it's bad. I don't know. Stuff like that makes me curious. Because like I said, it's witchcraft to me. I don't understand how stuff like that works. Oh no. But I remember seeing, like, all these different artists on Tumblr posting stuff that was like... Of course, they were posting it on Twitter at the time, but they were posting stuff and saying, like, here's another piece of artwork that got censored by Tumblr, and there was it was completely innocent. There was nothing wrong with it. Some of it wasn't even fan servicey. It was really bad. I don't know if it was necessarily Apple. That was part of it. That was part of it. A bigger part of it is, I think, Verizon? Was it Verizon that did it? Some company bought Tumblr and they decided we want to run ads along all content. They basically said we want to monetize and make money off of everyone's content. And you can't do that with pornography. So they were like, well, no more of that, because we really want to monetize this, and we really want to make money. Was it Yahoo? Now I can't remember. That was the breaking point, though. Like, there were some other things like the app being taken off of stores that was part of it, but the breaking point was whatever that company was. They bought it and they basically said enough is enough, we want to make money off of this platform. Except not in a fun, oh, we're gonna make sure that the creators get money for their content as well. It was they wanted all of the money for themselves. And then they were just like, well, anything that can't be monetized is gone. So, yeah, it went to hell very fast. It was very abrupt. It was like a fucking finger snap. It got fucking Thanos. It was before Thanos, though, if I remember correctly. But that's 100% what happened. It was just... They were just like, you're done. I remember waking up one day, and it was just, Tumblr's dead. It was like, what happened, dude? I think Yahoo might own Verizon. Oh, was Yahoo the original owner? Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, it was pretty cataclysmic. So then, yeah, a couple years later, a bunch of people were like, what if we just literally remake Tumblr, except set up our terms of service in a way that that won't happen? And then Pillow Fort was born. Just, yeah, like I said, it just hasn't exploded yet, as far as I know. Part of that might be because I don't know if it's public access yet. I mean, you can use the website, like, you can go there and you can browse people's accounts and stuff. You just can't necessarily make an account unless you get referred, I think. Even then, I made my Pillow Fort account like a fucking year ago, so that might have changed by now. Oh my god. But even then, it has the same like, Pillow Fort and by extension Tumblr has the same problem that Twitter had in regards to there's not like a gallery page. It's just you'd have to scroll back through the timeline to see all of their work, which I don't necessarily like. I'd like to have an outright, like, thumbnail gallery somewhere, eventually. No, at the moment, I wouldn't have a whole lot to post, but it'd be nice. And hey, maybe those galleries are a thing of the past now. Yeah, I'm gonna lose. There's no way. Yeah. Maybe it's just... Maybe people are just obsessed with social media timeline layouts now. Verizon sold Tumblr? I wonder if it, like, is fixed, or if it's still just, like, really bad. Like, I wonder if they reverted all of the changes in an attempt to salvage it. It's probably too little too late, though.
I think it's more just that they want to restrict how many users there are because they don't want to overload servers or anything until they're sure it's ready. Yeah, see, DeviantArt would actually be a gallery. Same with Newgrounds. Which I do like. If you go to Twitter and go to someone's profile, they have that thing in the corner now, but it only shows like their 6 most recent media-related posts. So again, if you post a bunch of memes, it effectively isn't a gallery, because it's just going to show it's going to show any image you post. So if you restrict yourself and say, I'm only posting artwork, it kind of works. But even then, it only goes back to 6. So that kind of sucks. I think it's 6. 9? Might be 9. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so Pillow Fort's still in open beta. You can either get referred by someone who has an account. Fun fact, that means I can probably refer people. Or you can pay a $5 registration fee to create an account. Registration will be free once we exit open beta. But again, I don't know, like... Oh, no. To a point... I don't know how useful it would be to, like, commit to that, because, like, there's probably not that many users yet. Honestly, what it's probably gonna take for them to explode is something similar to what happened with Tumblr, and then people are gonna be looking for a place to go. By the way, Pixels, we have 10 likes. I have a... It's a Cintiq. I always forget what model it is. I think it's the 13 HD model. Can't see the box from here. I still have the box back there, which you can't see on camera anyway. I'm only just now noticing. But it's either the 13 HD or the 16 HD. I forget. And I'm bad at measuring distance at a glance, so I can't really look at it and just be like, oh yeah, that's 13 inches. That's what he said? Whatever, it kind of works. But yeah, about a year and a half ago, I committed and got, like, a big boy tablet. Wacom actually has very generous payment plans. As soon as I learned that, I was like, why have I not? Like, sure, it was $800, but I paid it off over the course of, like, a year. It was very comfy. And then, sadly, I didn't use it for a year. It just sat here and was a second monitor for, like, a full year. Because I just kind of wasn't into drawing. Like, I had a massive, like, creator's block. Just didn't want to do anything.
But then when I started again, I've been going pretty strong since then, so it's been worth it for sure. Yeah, I didn't know they offered payment plans either. I don't even remember how I figured that out. I think I decided to just kind of be like, I should go price tablets and see how much they are, and then saw that there was a payment plan, and I was like, I'm buying one right now. Like, why wait? I also needed the upgrade, to be fair. The tablet I was using before this I had a tablet PC, which got the job done. And the big reason I chose that instead of other Wacom tablets was because at the time my computer was already really old, and I wanted something that would stand on its own, so that if my computer suddenly died, I wouldn't be completely screwed and not be able to work on anything. So I chose to get that, and I got that in 2011, I think. So by the time I upgraded to this one, that thing was already like 7 years old. And it was starting to show its age. It still functions, it just doesn't have the power, like, not for Adobe at least. It gets super laggy. And then bonus is that I can actually stream using this one, so that's neat. Which I wasn't really able to do until I upgraded my computer as well this last summer. I didn't have the power to do it before that. I like how when you land on the ice from a high enough height, it, like, cracks. It's a really cool effect. Then before that tablet, I had this... I'm gonna guess you have an Nintagious. If I had to just, like, take a shot in the dark, because that seems to be the go-to for these days. The one I had was the model before the Nintagious. It was a 4x3 tablet. It was like that big. I think I still have it. It doesn't work anymore though, so I might have gotten rid of it. I might have just trashed it because it just didn't work anymore. And I got that when I was in high school. And then I just kind of dealt with that until I actually got a job with the small game studio that I brought up twice tonight already. I'm not sure how that happened. And then once I made enough money, I was like, I'm gonna upgrade my tablet, because I'm officially making a living off of this, so I can justify it. Well, I salute your bravery. I don't salute my bravery. That was a good yeet. I gotta give it to you. That was a good yeet. Just sowing disarray. Yep, it's straight this way. You guys got it. We all saw it at the same moment. Yeah, it was tiny. And I was very adamant about when I upgrade, I need a tablet with a screen in it. Because, like, trying to coordinate, like, drawing on one screen while you're actually drawing on the other screen, it sucks. It's not a fun time. Oh, I've heard really good things about iPad Pros and Procreate. Yeah, I've heard very good things about those. I know a lot of artists have them just as, like, a side thing so that they can doodle while they're in bed or whatever. If they just get an idea that they can just slap it down really quick. Okay, Can't even imagine. That was how we had to do it in the early 2000s. I think Cintiqs did exist in the early 2000s, but they were like thousands of dollars. It was not something the average person could afford. It was very much a, if you actually make a living in the industry, then you can afford it, but otherwise, it's not something you think about. It was just like a dream of like, oh man, someday. Hard to believe that, like, now I'm at that someday. Like, 20 years ago, I was like, man, imagine being able to get a Cintiq. Something I for sure do not like about Fitness. Like, I'm bad at it, but I'm not gonna hold it against the game that I'm bad at it, right? Because that's not the game's fault. Something I don't like, though, is when there's when there's only a few players, I think it works better with more people. Only having 7 people here is like... It's like not even that fun, right? It's just kind of like, okay, this is a thing, I guess. I think what the end game is... You want to cut an island out for yourself, right? And then cut everyone else off from it. It's just not necessarily easy to do that. Because it takes so long for them to break that people are just constantly interfering. If I want to be here because I have this guy, so I should probably cut him off. Oh, see, but he got smart. And now I'm dead because I went too fast. I get it, I understand the strategy, it's just holy shit, it's very difficult to put that strategy into play. But on the one hand, I think that's a good thing, because you have to adapt to the situation you're in, and you don't have time to set up. You're gonna have someone interfere. Whether they mean to or not. I've thought about switching to Illustrator. Photoshop, for all intents and purposes, I would never recommend to anyone who wants to, like, draw in any way. That's not what Photoshop was built to do. It's amazing to me that people still use Photoshop. And it's so... Not that people use it, but that it's so known as being, like, one of the top 5 art softwares. Because the only reason we started using Photoshop back in the 2000s is it was all we had. Like, it was that or MS Paint. So we just kind of had to make do with it. And it was never good for that, though. It doesn't have, like, the tools you need to be able to do stuff like that. We just made it work because there weren't any other options. I say I never used Photoshop. Because even in the 2000s, I was like, nah, there has to be a better option than this. And I never understood. And thankfully, it's not... It used to be, like, people were really elitist about it. If you weren't using Photoshop, everyone just fucking treated you like shit. Because they were like, well, you're not a real artist, you're not even using Photoshop. Like, people would outright be, like, nasty about it. And it's not like that anymore, which is really cool. For a little bit, for like a year or two, it was all about Paint Tool Psi. That was the other one that everyone was like, if you're not using this, you might as well just end your career.
But that didn't last nearly as long. People still use it. The funny thing about Paint Tool Sai is it is so easy to pirate that people actually think it's a free-to-use software. Like, it's a common misconception. There are people who use Paint Tool Sai who think it's free-use software. It is not. It's that it's so ridiculously easy to pirate that it's just... people think it's free. And a lot of that is because it's lightweight. So it's very easy to just be like, oh, I'll just send you a copy of Paint Tool Sai. Because it's very small in size. And it doesn't put up much of a fuss when it's installing. So it's very easy to just spread it. I always thought that was funny, though. I even, for several years, thought it was free-use software, and then I found out that it wasn't. And I was like, what? Seriously? Okay, I want to take a short break. It hasn't been that long since our last break. So, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we will continue, so stay tuned.
Okay, sorry for the wait. Friggin', Yordi has me just wanting to draw now, to be totally honest. Like, as I was coming back to sit down, I was like, alright, let's get back to draw. Oh, yeah, I'm not drawing tonight. I almost did. I mentioned that earlier, that, like, I almost just said, no Fall Guys tonight. And that was almost my backup, was I just do a dart stream. And Volpe, paint is actually more versatile than a lot of people give it credit for. There's a few things that it can't do, which really frustrates me. But for the most part, it's significantly more capable than a lot of people recognize. Both the splash screen and the break screen, I did those in paint. I half did the splash screen in paint. The break screen was entirely in paint. Did I say splash screen? The break screen. The Mega Man menu. That was completely done in paint. It's really good for sprite work, honestly. The splash screen I did in Animate. I set it to, like, fast render style or something, which gives everything, like, it doesn't smooth anything out, so everything's all jagged. I print screened it, took it to paint, polished it up a little bit. It was, like, it's a pretty decent way to, like, simulate the pixel effect, like, really fast. And it kind of sucks. I was trying to figure out... There's one thing Paint can't do that drives me bonkers, and that's that it can't set an alpha channel. And what I mean by that is, like, if you were to take... What's a good example? Any of the emotes. If I were to make an emote that's pixel art, and you want, like, the background edges to be transparent, right? Can't do that in Paint. You can only save a solid image. And I was Googling, trying to figure out, like, is there a way to do it in Paint? And apparently you can do it in Paint 3D, which is the new version that comes with Windows 10. And apparently they're trying to phase out Paint entirely and replace it with this new one. The thing is that the other one is really limited. There's not a lot of stuff it can do, and a lot of the stuff it can do is very novel. I always forget that the armor in X3 has this ridiculous-looking buster on it. Looks like a goddamn dust buster. I'll, sneakily confirm that one of the few speedruns I'm thinking about picking up is Mega Man X3. It's not super technical. I wouldn't have to learn that much, I just have to, like, get good at doing it fast. There's a couple of quick kills, but compared to X1 and X2, I do not want to speedrun those. Why do I suck at this fucking obstacle course now? Like, consistently. I'm consistently horrible at it. That feels so bad. Like, I think I've messed that jump up every single time tonight. On the first try. Like, first try I've messed it up. Every single time. Feels lousy. It takes too long to get to rank 40, to be honest. I'd really like to get to rank 40 before I put the game down, but, like, it's such a grind. On that note, there's a chance that Season 4, when that comes around, I might not even be like, alright, let's jump back into it. Just because if I get started, I'm gonna want to go all the way, and then, I don't know, we'll see what happens. We'll see how I'm feeling about it whenever Season 4 is. That'll probably be in, like, April-ish. I assumed there was only going to be that one door. This should still be clean, though. Yo, you said about people that are really good with paint, Volpe. That's what, the guy that made Undertale, that was a lot of his claim to fame, I think. The webcomics he did, I believe they were all done in paint. They look like it, at least. I think that was... I guess there's a chance that was the intentional style, but no, I think it was just that he was using paint. I'd say, like... There's a part of me that's like, oh, I should do, like, an art challenge stream like that, where I have to use paint. Put my money where my mouth is, right? I think the one thing that would hold me back is that there's no layers in paint. I think that would be the thing that would just drive me completely bonkers. At least I don't think it has layers. Onions have layers. Haha memes. But I don't think paint has layers. Yeah, they just released the Doom outfits this week. There's 3 of them, I think. I think they're all in the game now. Maybe not. I haven't seen Doom Guy yet. I've only seen the monsters. Like, I don't think I've seen anyone using Doom Guy, so I don't think that's in here yet. Oh no. Yeah, I can't imagine working on a single layer. So like, technically, I do usually work on a single layer, but Animate has something called groupings, and I use the hell out of those. So it might look like I'm using multiple layers, but I'm technically not. But then groups are basically layers anyway. They're just a little bit more dynamic. Yeah, I posted that Gengar pillow on Discord when I saw it. The thing was... You know what the weirdest part about it is? It was sold out in hours. By the time we even knew of it, it was already sold out. It's like, are you... Wow. I'm trying to think of what else they've done since Sonic and Godzilla. I guess that was the Goose, Untitled Goose Game skins. Oh, I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I think it's just wild. I guess, what did I say? It was weird? I guess that implies that it's unexpected, but it's not. It wasn't unexpected. I wonder if it's comfortable. How much was it? I don't even know. Like, that blanket better be amazing. Pokemon Snap's gonna be fucking sick. I'm super excited for that now. I think I mentioned yesterday, the amount of stuff that we have to get to once March rolls around now after IndieWare, like, there's so much. Like, I'm already, like, and there's gonna be that real tight window of trying to get stuff done before Monster Hunter comes out to boot. Which comes out on what? It was like the 26th or something, so we have most of March, to be fair. Oh no. Get out of my way, dude. I don't know if I'd be able to sleep like that either. I wouldn't get it to use it as a pillow. I'd get it for the novelty of saying, look what I have. I don't know if I could wake up with my head inside of a pillow and just... would you ever get used to that? I feel like you wouldn't. I feel like that would be weird no matter how many times it happens. This lobby's kind of laggy. So, Eno, did you do the, like, delete your save file? Like, did you, like, confirm that that does reset your count? I don't think I'll do another stream of the Rise demo, but I could definitely see myself playing around with it off stream a little bit. Because I really keep thinking I should get weapon figured out, like, sooner rather than later. And I mentioned something about, like, oh, I'll just try and play it in World and see how that feels. Problem is that's gonna be, like, a huge time commitment, and that's, like, kind of time I don't have. Unless I turn it into video content or something, which I don't think would be super compelling, so I'm not super interested in that. I did find out that Gun Lance does count as cutting damage, by the way. The shells don't, perhaps obviously, but the actual, like, blade attacks count. That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. So how did he get up fast enough that he was able to jump over that and I couldn't? Physics engine. You want to answer that for me? See, you do love to see this. Like, they're not fucking with each other. We're just kind of hanging out and just... Like, in an instance like this, it's kind of alright, right? Because it's like... We're gonna be waiting for like a full minute for everyone to qualify anyway, so we're not wasting anyone's time. Oh, you didn't yet. Scott Pilgrim's out now, isn't it? I think. Hell, it came out for Xbox a day early, I think. I'm pretty sure it's out now. I'm pretty sure I saw ads. I think I am gonna get it. I was determining if it counts as indie or not. It does not count as indie. It was 100% Ubisoft developed. It wasn't just published by them. It was also developed by them. Oh, fuck the physical copy. That $35 bullshit? No. Like, honestly, in most cases, I can say agree to disagree on physical versus digital. If you pay $20 extra for that physical copy, you are insane. You're paying over double just for the physical copy. That's insanity. It's also encouraging Ubisoft if they can get away with it, which isn't a good thing. Was it $35? Did we confirm that? I don't remember if we confirmed that, now that I'm saying it. I didn't think I was gonna make it. Paying that much on collectability is insane, in my opinion. Ow. Shit. If it were Collector's Edition, I think I'd understand it a little bit more. But even then, isn't the Collector's Edition like fucking 70 or something? That's even more insane. Well, oh, no. I'm probably gonna lose this. Yep. Actually, I didn't realize I was that close to losing it, but... Thought I had a little bit more time than that. I just overall did poorly. God, these rounds suck. At the first, like, half of the stream, I was like, well, at least I'm finishing in the finals, so I can still be happy with that. I'm not even making it to the finals anymore, dude. No, it's not a remaster. It's just a re-release. It's hot. Well, it comes with all the DLC, I guess, to be fair. But it's mostly highly coveted because it came out on 360 and PS3, right? And then once those stores shut down, you couldn't get it. It was just an impossible to obtain game unless you still had a PS3 or a 360 that had the game installed already. The digital version's $15, which is outright reasonable. I think that's a perfectly acceptable price. I think boosting the physical copy by $20 is complete batshit insanity that they should not be allowed to get away with. That's way too much of a hike. Yeah, I had a friend that had it on PS3. I don't think we had the DLC either, though. It was a fun story because I dragged this friend to see the Scott Pilgrim movie. And for anyone who's seen that movie, you could probably imagine if someone walked into that movie without knowing what they were getting into, the first, like, third of the movie, he was like, what the fuck did you drag me to see? And then, like, the second 2/3 happened, and he was like, this movie's amazing. And we literally went home, and he was like, dude, there's a video game, I'm buying it right now. The 180 was amazing. He flipped so fast. Was it that they just delisted it? Either way, once the store shut down, the same outcome would have happened. Now that'll probably never happen again because of the fact that now it's releasing on PC. Could it happen? Deadpool game? Yes, it could happen, but I find it fairly unlikely. Also, we got the amazing music glitch. There is another game that's very similar to the Scott Pilgrim game that we will probably be playing during IndieWary, by the way. Haven't announced it yet, but tease. I gotta get my fucking gamepad working on Game Pass, though. That's critical, not playing it on keyboard. See, like, I approve of standing by the finish line and cheering people on. These fuckers grabbing each other can literally just go fuck themselves. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, it was honestly a Game of Thrones situation, except I think they handled it well. All three of them came out with different endings. The comic, because when the movie came out, the comics weren't done yet. The comic, the movie, and the game all have different endings. But they were all written by the creator of the comics. So it's not that they're all canon, but they all fit and make sense, because it actually fits within the universe, and it wasn't someone else unrelated just making something up. But yeah, when they all came out, the comics weren't done yet. And I think that was like a conscious decision to make them different. I don't think it was it's not done yet. It was him saying, what if we just do something different? Which I think is interesting. Dude, the physics, though. Like, why did he just shove me out of the way? It was like my physics don't exist and his do. Oh no, not like this. Nice. Made up for it a little bit. What if I just stay put? Honestly, it would have been faster to just keep going and just get more rings, but fuck it. Why? Someone here is lagging. That's like the collector's edition, right? That's pretty insane too. They're capitalizing off of the fact that people it's a very coveted game solely because it was difficult to get for a while. They know what they're doing. I refuse to believe otherwise. I'd have to see just what it comes with. Because, yeah, sometimes collector's editions come with some pretty crazy stuff, and you're like, okay, that's kind of worth it. If you're, like, a super fan. That makes sense. If it comes with a copy of the movie, for example, it's like, okay, that's not bad. That'd be super cool if it came with, like, a copy of the movie and, like, all of the comics as well. Why'd the camera freeze? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Last night, my microphone locked up and stopped working. Well, it's gonna have to wait. Just pretend that I am not only capable of playing the game like that, with one hand, but also talking. It's just some legit ventriloquism right now. It's like ultra ventriloquism. It's not only talking, but playing the game. Yeah, this is the canon we're sticking with. The camera's actually not frozen. I'm just this good. Honestly, it's probably that OBS has been wanting to update for like a week, and I keep telling it no. So I should probably do that. Also, I suspect I need to get a better USB hub. I think the USB hub I got is just not good. And both of them are plugged in through the USB hub, so that might be part of the problem. That one's easy to fix. The microphone I didn't know how to fix yesterday. I was like, oh shit. How did I drop it, dude? Excuse me? Oh no, it went that way. I do think this game is something special. They just have to fix the jump bullshit. How does he still have it? What? Like, there's some fucking shenanigans going on with this minigame. This guy knows. That guy knows. There's no point in even trying to stop him. Like, he knows the exploit. Dude. Mediatonic, fix the exploits, man. That's unexcusable. Like I said earlier, like, okay, maybe they have game-breaking stuff that needs fixing too. That is game-breaking! Like, that team wins because they have a guy that knows the exploit. Just like what happened earlier. We won because I knew the exploit and I was not afraid to take advantage of it. That's bad. Fix that, like, immediately. Oh, okay, that sucked. Cool, wonky physics, too. Nice. Switch the physics engine back to the way it was, please. Oh, I thought it was going up top. We're stopping them from carrying the penguin, but none of the red guys can actually fucking get the penguin. I think we've committed to losing at this point. We're just like, nah, fuck it. Who cares? I think a lot of it is like, see, they fucking know yellow wins, because they know the exploit and they're not afraid to use it. Fix it! Fix it! I feel like I don't even need to justify why that needs to be fixed immediately. It's unexcusable that that exploit has been in the game for 2 fucking weeks. Fix it. There's no benefit of it out there. Just fix it. That's not okay. Like, that's not even enraging. That's like disappointing and insulting. Because that tells me they don't care enough to fix it, or they would have done it already. There's another collector's edition that's even more... Leave it to Ubisoft, right? There's honestly a bunch of little things that I see, and I'm like, how was this not fixed yet? I mean, I'm sure they have their plates full. That's the thing. I think a game-winning exploit should be the top of that priority list, is what it comes down to. Sure, there's other things that have been issues for, like, months, and it's like, how have you not fixed this? Well, it's not actually affecting the gameplay, so I get it. Makes a little bit more sense. There's another one that's even... How many fucking versions are there? God, they're really taking advantage of the fact that people... But I can't hold it against them too much, solely because you can just get the game itself for $15. They could have been insane and asked like $40 for that. So they showed some restraint, but even then, it's a little bonkers. I just don't understand how I can't walk through other players like they don't exist, but other players can walk through me like I don't exist. It actually doesn't make any sense to me. Cool. That's how you know someone was lagging, if the server was just like, nah, never mind. I like how they censor Kim on the website. It has online play too, doesn't it? I don't think the original had online play, so that's something they did add. They actually only have the normal version and the complete edition on the Ubisoft website. Wait, no, those are both the main versions, the complete edition. They only have the one version on the Ubisoft website. Are the other ones even something put out by Ubisoft? Is that like GameStop bullshit or something? Because they only have the main version listed. Even GameStop only has the Xbox One version and the PC version for some fucking reason. And again, only the digital versions. Where are you getting this information for the other versions? Oh, did they add DLC to the original? That's possible. I kind of only played it right when it came out. I forgot that they did add extra DLC later on. So, again, this isn't necessarily Ubisoft. This could be limited run. I wonder who's to blame for that. I'm gonna look at it more as soon as I get eliminated again, because I'm bad. Why are you like, you have no idea how much I just want to press the home button and just turn the game off. There's literally no reason to grab at that point. You're doing it just to be a fucking meme lord and piss people off. Is that how you want to fucking live your life? Don't be like this guy. Don't live your life with the intention of just making other people mad. I guarantee you no one thinks highly of you because of it. Oops. I don't think I see that final edition. Oh, nope, there it is. Never mind. God, why is there 4 versions of it, dude? And then, therefore, 4 versions of it. 4 versions of 4 versions. Since it has to be every console. I like how the box art references Sonic Adventure. That's cute. I don't think that was in the original version. Remember when I was really bad at this one? Oh my god, why? Why are physics a thing? Why are this game's physics a thing? Because they're very much not like any other physics I've ever seen in my life. You don't even get anything extra for physical as far as I can see. That's cool that they... Like, the sleeve is reversible, which most Switch games have that now. And that they randomized it, so, like... Not randomized it, but they did, like, 50-50. So you might... It just might come with it already reversed. It's relatively meaningless, but it's... Why not, right? It's just a little extra touch of care, I think. I still think $20 extra is completely insane. Is that what they usually add when they make a physical version? Do they usually price hike it that much? I guess I don't really follow this stuff super often, so maybe that's always the prices. Trying to look for something that's a decent example, like something I've bought ideally, so I can be like, oh yeah, I remember it was not that price. Most of this stuff isn't anything I've bought though, so I can't really compare. Oh my god, dude, get up. Oh my god. Why? Why? You've got to be kidding me. He's gonna cross because lag. Oh, maybe not. I was like, I'm just gonna call it. Like, he's gonna cross first, somehow, miraculously. See, the $55 version, I think the only thing in there where I'm like, that's cool, is like the soundtrack. I feel like that should have been included in the $35 version. I think the regular physical version should have just had the soundtrack. I think that would have balanced out the $20 price hike. Oh no, I played that very poorly. Oh my god, dude. Why? Cool RNG. I don't think I was actually as close as I thought. There were a lot of people ahead of me, but that got ugly really fast. I feel like a $10 hike for physical is acceptable. Like, that's not completely insane. Oh, I didn't want to close that one yet. What the fuck does the $400 one come from? I'm gonna tell you right out of the gate that that list doesn't look like it's enough. Oh, well, most of that stuff is in addition to what already comes with the KO edition, so hold on. I don't know, I guess I'm not a collector, so a lot of this stuff is I'm kind of like, eh. Doesn't wow me. Yeah, like, the Chasm release was $35. I'm pretty sure I paid like $15 for that game. Maybe less. It seems very high.
It also raises a pretty big question about AAA developers put their games out at physical for $60, but the digital version isn't any cheaper. So how does that work? But unfortunately, if you question that too hard, AAA developers are going to be like, okay, digital version $60, physical's $80.
Because that's the way they're going to think. All seems very questionable. I feel like they're outright taking advantage of people who insist on physical media, is I guess my issue there. I feel like they're outright taking advantage. Do people not realize that it's over double price? It's $20 higher on a $15 game. You're paying more than the price of the game for the physical case and the card and an instruction book. Am I the only one that thinks that's insane and makes no sense? I can't be the only one that thinks that's insane. When again, if you'd buy Final Fantasy VII Remake digital, it's the same price as it is physical. How does that make sense? Granted, that doesn't come with an instruction booklet, but it's still, you still get the case and the physical media. That seems like an outright ripoff. Is physical media really that valuable to people? I guess that's what I don't understand. It still feels like they're taking advantage of those people, though. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, why? And that was just wonky physics. I don't even understand what happened there. I can actually smell that guy's sweat. That's how hard he was trying. How did you still make that? What supreme luck. It starts to feel like I'm playing the game just to... like I'm subjecting myself to it. Wow. I'd be furious if I was that guy. That motherfucker's literally just doing that. He's just camping at the end and diving into people to knock them off. I hope this guy's PS4 gets fried. Like, how much of a bag of shit do you have to be? It's disgusting even being in the same lobby as someone like this. Did he actually cross? I think he might have. And I think my problem with it is it's way too safe. It's way too safe to play like that, especially since they added that timer. Take that timer out. Like, get rid of that fucking timer. You're encouraging people to play like that, because now you give them a warning so that they know when they need to stop fucking around and go qualify. Go back to punishing them for fucking around. We've seen rock and roll a little too much tonight, and we've only seen it twice, but I think that qualifies as a little too much. You can bet your ass that guy's already at the end, waiting to fuck with everybody. I hope it completely fucks his team over, too. He's gotta be on yellow. He's just gotta be. Guys, what are you doing? For the love of God. Huh, he actually wasn't. Look at that. Well, the hammers could fuck us, so... Beautiful. It's almost similar to what we were saying about how I can't understand why someone would start smoking. This shitbag is the same thing. I don't understand why you would boot up a game and be like, I'm gonna go just fuck with people and be a total asshat and just piss people off. What went wrong where you wake up and that's what you decide to do with your life? Like, I mean it when I say, anyone who considers me a friend, if you ever catch me waking up and saying, I'm just gonna go make people angry today, please fucking call for help. Get me the help I need, because something went horribly wrong if that's what I start doing with my life. Just, like, deliberately trying to just make people miserable. Like, that's a call for help, if I ever start doing that. Like, oh, hey, Nin, so you got a day off on Saturday? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna get on Fall Guys and grab people on Fruit Shoot. Because I want to see the world burn and fuck everyone. Like, literally call for help if I ever say anything like that. Get me the help I desperately need. I will go on record now saying that is not how I want to live my life. I'm gonna deny it if that day ever comes. It won't come, because that's not the way I work, but then I'll be like, nah, I changed my mind. But I'm lying when I say that. I'm speaking truth right now. I really like Penguin Pursuit, but holy shit, they gotta fix that fucking exploit. I think this game has a lot of potential to be a lot of silly, ridiculous fun. Holy shit, they gotta fix this exploit. Because I guarantee the Doom motherfucker's gonna be using it. So I might as well do it too, right? And that's the problem, because you get one cheater, and then just everybody's gonna cheat, because why wouldn't you? There's literally no reason to be like, oh well, I'm gonna be better than them. Well, then they're gonna win, because there's an exploit in the game that they're not patching out, and they're just allowing it to exist. Oh god. What have I done? And I'm like disgusted with myself for doing it, but literally, if you don't do it when you know other people are gonna do it, you are willingly losing. Also, was this guy doing it too and everybody just gave up and said, what's the point of chasing them if they're gonna... Because honestly, I don't fucking blame them! That's what I did earlier. It's like, if people are gonna do that, then why would I even bother? I think all the Doom guys are on yellow, though, so, you know, fuck them. Justice is served. And this is what I mean when I say I don't like what multiplayer games do to me. Because I'm not proud of what I've become. I don't know how I'm still holding this thing. Oh no. But I can just keep jumping and he can't grab me. Mediatonic, fix the fucking exploit. That is unexcusable. That is unexcusable. That should not happen. Fix it. Literally put everything else on hold and fix that fucking exploit. The game's not crashing, so you don't have game-breaking bugs that need fixing right now. At least not any pressing one that's happening every session. But that will happen every single fucking time that game shows up until you fix it. And I know, and am disappointed by the fact that it's already been 2 weeks and it hasn't been fixed yet. Now granted, it was the holidays, so sure, but still, that should be a pressing priority. Don't be a fucking Blizzard and just allow the exploit to exist for like 5 years. And just allow your players to do it. You're better than that. Or at least take the game out. At least take the game out until it's fixed. That's another acceptable answer. If you because, you know, programming's difficult. I'm not gonna act like it's fucking easy. If you just don't have, if you can't figure out how to fix it, take the game out until it's fixed. Because that's unplayable. I don't know if I necessarily wanted to stop yet. I should have slowed down and, like, enjoyed my time on this earth for a little bit longer. Oh, that was uncomfortable. I guess to a point, you know, they're probably looking at Activision and saying, well, if Activision doesn't have to fix their exploits in a timely manner, neither do we. There's a bad precedent set right now, because I don't know if Twain's lurking. I don't know if he can confirm or deny, but I know that Call of Duty Warzone has a severe exploit right now where basically only one gun is good, because it's so hilariously broken, because I believe the issue is it doesn't have a drop-off range. So no matter how far away you are from the target, it deals the same damage all the time. Guess what? Everybody in every match uses only that gun, because they're not fixing it. So that sets a pretty dangerous precedent. If a big AAA developer doesn't have to fix their bugs, why should anyone worry about fixing their bugs, right? That's something that should be considered a very serious issue when it comes to competitive games, though. That should qualify as game-breaking, in my opinion. When something breaks the actual competitive nature of the game, that should be considered game-breaking, and it needs to be fixed immediately. Like, as in we shouldn't even be having this conversation immediately. It should be fixed before it even becomes this commonplace. What do you mean, Volpe? The exploit I'm talking about? That bullshit with the penguin where you can just jump and then no one can grab you if you just spam jump the entire time. And there's, like, literally no counter to it. Unless maybe, if you can knock them over in some way, then you'll make them drop it. That's the only counter, but there's no consistent way to knock someone over. Like, I can't explain how, like, insulting that is to me. It sounds very vindictive and salty, I'll admit it. But I see stuff like that, and I'm like, if you don't give a shit, then why should I give a shit? I can't remember the last game where that came up. I think it was in, like, Final Fantasy 15 or something. Where I was like, if they don't give a shit to be better, then why should I give a shit about their game? And it's like, I want to, but stuff like that makes me say, why care? Why care? They're just allowing that, like, broken game to be in this. And that's broken on a level unlike anything else. I remember very early on I got really ragey about Royal Fumble because of lag causing problems. And, like, that sucks too, but that wasn't an exploit, right? That's nothing that you can account for. This is outright an exploit that people know that they are doing. Now, granted, some people could say that, well, people lagging, they know what they're doing, too. I kind of believe that's paranoia. I'm sure that there are people... I'm sure that the concept of a lag switch actually does exist. But I think most people that are lagging just have bad internet. Grabbing is another example of that. Like, grabbing itself isn't an exploit, it is an intended game mechanic. From a game design perspective, I believe it needs to be changed in some way, but it's not outright an exploit, right? That's as bad as the Block Party one, which I don't think we've seen. No, we saw Block Party tonight. Where you could jump up on the barrier of the stage and just completely ignore the minigame. That's just as much of an exploit. That's just as, like, you're trivializing not only the game itself, but the spirit of competition. Think about it. If everybody's in the know enough, the first 3 people that grab the penguins are just going to have the penguins indefinitely. And again, this might be why, if/when we bring this back for Season 4, I might just play it, like, multiple times a week and get through to level 40 as quickly as possible, and enjoy the game before people figure shit like that out. Because I'm starting to notice that... I'm not starting to notice, I noticed this weeks, if not months ago. The later into a season you get, people get all these, like, sweaty, try-hard meta ideas in their head, and the game just starts to be less fun because of that. And if I would have just played it right when it came out, I probably would have enjoyed it more than I am right now. And to be fair, that exploitative nature is a thing in all multiplayer games. That's not exclusive to Fall Guys, to be 100% fair. That's the thing that's going to exist in all games. That's part of why I gave up Splatoon 2, because we reached a point where there was one weapon that was just a good weapon, and you saw like 4 of them in every single match, and it was just... the game stops being fun when that happens. So it's not just exclusive to this. I think, like Caleb pointed out earlier, some people just have to win. And as soon as they find out mechanics like that, they're not going to give it up. They're just, they don't give a shit if they ruin everyone else's good time. They have to win. Rise as a consequence of a developed meta. Yes and no. I don't know if you were here when I mentioned this earlier, but I also think, like, with grabbing in particular, I think that's similar to building in Fortnite, where that was not the designed meta of the game. That's just how players started to play. And in Fortnite's case, they embraced that and started designing the game around that unintentional mechanic. They haven't gotten to that point in this game yet, and God help us if they do. But I don't think that's what grabbing was meant to do. I think players developed that meta because they were bored. I think some of the games were like, like Jump Showdown, was too goddamn boring, so they were like, well, we have to do something to make this interesting. Which is like... That's just a matter of they need to make the game less boring. I think it can be both. Especially in a game... In a multiplayer game that is updated frequently. They're going to make changes based on what that meta is. Like, it's funny to think about how much different of a game Smash Bros. Melee would have been if it came out today. Can you imagine if Melee had update patches that fixed how broken the game was? It'd be a completely different game. Because that game is just, like, undeniably broken. And I think that wouldn't have lasted long if they were able to update it. Oh no, thankfully I didn't fall, so this is fine. I might lose here. That was really close. I was the last qualifier, so I was a little nervous there. Yeah, but the developers can and will make choices based on what the players are doing, and sometimes add things either to encourage that meta or discourage it. Case in point, when Pokemon added the Fairy type, that was them saying, we don't like how Dragon types are so much in... like, the meta revolves around Dragon types, so we're gonna add a hard counter to Dragons. Now, sometimes they might do the opposite, and they might be like, well, we like that this meta developed the way it did, so we're gonna add some quality of life changes to further encourage that. And I think in Fortnite's case, that was a mistake. People who still really like Fortnite would probably disagree with that, but... people who like to play games that are actually shooters probably agree with that. Like, Fortnite is not a shooter, for all intents and purposes. Oh, this is bad. This is... we're all dead. We're all dead. I should have tried to make that jump. We're either all dead, or this is about to get very claustrophobic in the final moments. Nope, we're dead. I should have jumped out of there when I had the chance. I saw it happening, and I just let it happen. This game is trash. Jump Showdown needs to change. This is so slow and boring. Like, I'm not staying and watching 4 minutes of this. It's not happening. I think Jump Showdown is good. They just need to just accelerate it. Just go faster. In the current state, it's just a fucking slog. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Because the developers could try their damnedest to design that metagame, and ultimately, if the players choose not to use it, then it's just not a thing. All they can really do is sabotage a metagame when they really don't like it, and and say, no, we don't want you playing the game this way. In the case of the penguin chase game, that's what they need to do, because that's outright the incorrect... That completely trivializes that particular game. That's not... Literally, the first 3 people that grab the penguins, if they know the exploit, they'll never lose the penguin. The match has been decided at that moment. It's not something like grabbing, where grabbing does have a use, and it's not an exploit. It's kind of cheesy. I would argue that exploits aren't a metagame, though. They are, for all intents and purposes, but exploits tend to get banned because they undermine the spirit of competition. Banned or changed in today's day and age. And yeah, I think that's my overarching problem with multiplayer games, is when it comes... At the end of the day, it's the fault of shitbag players. And as I play the game more, and get more and more on autopilot, those are the parts that stick out to me. Because I'm like, it's almost like I'm numb to the parts of the game I like at this point. And I think that inevitably happens with any game you play too much of. And the funny thing is, I don't think I've played too much of this game. It's a lot, but there are other people who this is their game. It's the only game they play. And I have nowhere close to the amount of hours they have. I'm probably just over 100 hours on this. It's Activision. See, the penguin exploit, again, I don't know if you were lurking this whole time and heard this, but I related the penguin exploit to that gun in Warzone right now, where that's, for all intents and purposes, an exploit. And the fact that that's the only gun people are using, they need to fix that immediately. And the fact that they didn't tells me they don't give a shit. And that's one of the worst things I can feel as a gamer, is feeling like the developer just doesn't care. If the developer doesn't care, why should I care? I think that's what's so great about indie games a lot of the time, is you can tell that the developers really care. Stuff like... what was it? Like little stuff. And I see a lot of this at GDQ. Like, I watched... There wasn't a One Step from Eden run at this past GDQ, but the one before that there was, and I just watched that again the other night. Because now that I've been playing One Step from Eden, I understand what I'm looking at a little bit more. And they had the goddamn developer on voice for that run. You can tell he fucking cares about his game if he wants to be that involved in the community. They had a bunch of Way Forward developers on for runs at GDQ. For River City Girls, they had 2 Way Forward developers on, I think. That's awesome. I think that shows that they legitimately care about their titles. Another one I saw is like, I forget the name of the studio, but it's developers that used to work at the studio that made Darksiders, and they now are off on doing their own thing. Like, they went and made their own studio. They donated during the Darksiders run, and they were like, this is awesome. And it's like, that shows that they care, and that's awesome. I'm not saying that the Fall Guys developers don't care, because I think they do care. But it's... And realistically, I don't think there's been a major patch since Season 3 started. I fully expect that to be fixed within, like, the first patch of Season 3, though. And if it isn't, I'm gonna have some problems. Now, I probably won't be playing it, so it's probably not going to matter, but you get what I mean. I think it is easier now because it's digital, yeah. But they've had them on for, they've had them on digitally for runs before, too. I think that's part of it, yeah. I think they saw people being very trolly and memey, and they were like, this is okay. And they didn't realize what the can of worms they were opening was. Or they're meme lords, and they were fully prepared for what they were dealing with. I think if they were truly meme lords, though, they'd be making changes to deliberately troll the troll players. Like with what I've said about, make it so that grabbing has like 1 billion years of end lag if you miss your target. That's the sort of shit I'd be doing if I wanted to actually troll trolls. I wouldn't just be allowing them to be toxic. I think in general it's more that the game was significantly more popular than they ever expected it to be, and they just weren't necessarily prepared for that level of an audience. Of any type. Despite seeing rock and roll, quote, unquote, too many times tonight, they've gone pretty smoothly. I can't be mad about that. Oh, so hey Sarah, how's it going? You know what? I'm gonna have Twain mod on that account. I've been meaning to do that for a while, and I keep forgetting. I actually didn't notice your messages right away because your icons are similarly light-colored, and both of your names start with S, so it was all blurring together. Because I'm used to seeing Twain's name in blue. I don't... I'm gonna say no. I don't know who made Human Fall Flat, or whatever it's called. I don't think it's the same developer, though. If I recall correctly, these guys have, like, only made mobile games before this, or something like that. They were a pretty inexperienced developer, so I do give them some slack for that. Because not only are they inexperienced, but their game blew up larger than they ever expected it to. So I'm not going to hold them to the same standard as AAA developers, for sure. But when you see a game trivializing... Like I said, I think exploits like that should be treated as game-breaking, and they should be fixed immediately. Immediately spelled with an E. And that's regardless of funding. And like I said, if they can't figure out how to fix it, turn the game off. Like, just take that one out until you figure it out. Because like I said, it undermines the spirit of competition. If you see someone grab a penguin in that game, and he starts jumping immediately, you might as well just be like, well, I lose. There's no point in even trying to fight it. The only way he's gonna drop it is if he screws up. There's nothing you can do to stop it. And then, what's the point of a competitive game when it's that one-sided? Perhaps goes without saying I won't be able to look at chat until we're done here. That was a little uncomfortable. This is probably gonna turn to grabbing sooner or later. Which, again, I firmly believe is because people are bored. This takes way too long to actually get intense. I see chat moving, and I keep thinking I need to look. But if I look, I'll die. It's that simple. For now, this guy seems content to keep this clean, and I respect you for it. Nice. That was nice and clean, too. That's a bigger win than actually getting the crown, in my opinion. Is that was clean. No one was grabbing each other. It was a nice, clean game. I respect it. I salute everyone that was just in that final. Oh, I gotta get the fucking walrus, dude! For a second, I was like, nah, fuck it. We're just gonna... I don't care. I'm not gonna go for level 40. I gotta get the Dapper Walrus. I gotta get the Dapper Walrus. I always wondered why English drops you in words like that. Yeah, I wonder that too. It's just because we're lazy. I guess it's just because we're lazy fucks. I was gonna say, is it we're just lazy? There is one thing I really... Hey, Scarlett, how's it going, by the way? There's one thing I really like about English, and I pointed this out to you before, Twain, is that with the way the English language is set up, you can make up words, and because of how prefixes and suffixes work, you can typically tell what people are saying. Like, I used the word amazement earlier. I don't think that's actually a word, but you know what I mean when I say it. Because you're like, yeah, I know what that suffix does. And that's something that's kind of cool. I don't know if other languages can really do that. Is amazement a word? Maybe it's just not one you hear very often. Maybe it wasn't amazement I said. I don't remember. Happens in your profession a lot, where people just make up words. Yeah, I mean, as long as you know what they mean, it's like, whatever. Which is just, it's just a very interesting thing. It's a very, mix and match kind of language. And it doesn't get too confusory. You can still kind of... You still kind of understandiate what people are saying. And I think that's really cool. It's nonsense, but it's cool. Oh my god. That was vicious. Oh no. Not like this. Go up, go, go, go. There you go. I'm probably going to lose due to that. That was a bad play. I respect what that Triceratops was trying to do. Look, this fucking... Shitbag has already lost its punch. I need something better. Fuck clown? Let's go with fuck clown. standing at the end, spinning, grabbing. Look, Mom, I'm memeing. I'm sure she's very proud. She makes you your pizza bagels. Shoutouts to Northern Lion. And yeah, Sarah, at least January. I promised it would be February too, but we'll see how it goes. It might not encompass February. We'll see how the month goes. No, basically the entire season of spring is going to be playing games with Eno because Monster Hunter is going to come out. If anything, we should potentially take a break from each other before that happens. Mistake in progress. Okay, we're fine. Oh my god. I thought we were fine. Oh boy. Oh, this is bad. I can feel it. Oh my god, dude. Not like this. Well. Get up. Wow, he actually landed on his feet. That was amazing. Didn't see that coming. I'm probably not gonna make it. No! I could have, but the springboard just was like, no. You're not. Thanks. You love to see it. I like that faceplate, too. The real crime is there's still not enough purple in this game, as far as costumes go. Yeah, sadly, the spring months don't really lend to the wordplay very well. So I have to decide. I mentioned way back at the beginning of the stream, and honestly, at the moment, I'm randomly having fun again. I'm not sure how that happened, but this is gonna be it for Fall Guys for a little while, and there's multiple reasons for that. One was because I could feel that I was feeling kind of disenchanted and just kind of not that into it. I've been on autopilot for most of the stream, which is probably why most of the matches have been horrible. So that's a big part of it. Another big part is, as it's kind of a side point to that, is a lot of the other indie games I have planned, I'm just way more excited to play those than I am excited to play this. But what really clinched it was that PlayStation Plus runs out on Sunday. And this is the only game I'm using it for right now. So I feel like it would be stupid to renew it to play a game that I'm not that interested in playing. So this will probably be it until Season 4. If even that. I feel like there's a small chance that, depending on when Season 4 comes out, I might not care. Because March and April are already looking very packed full of content. But anyway, since this is going to be it, that means we have an extra day in the schedule. We have 2 extra days in the schedule, because we also finished Cave Story this week. So I have to decide. One of those days was inevitably going to go to whatever our main indie title is, which the first one's going to be Indivisible, which we're starting tomorrow. So one of those days already goes to that. The question is, what do I do with the other day? And there's two obvious options there. I can either do another One Step from Eden night a week. I could just start taking Wednesdays off again. Which I mentioned that at one point tonight, that might be like an alternating thing. Like every other week I'll take Wednesday off. I'll have to see how that feels. Or I can move art streams to Friday and bring Speedrun Sunday back. Try to restrain your excitement, Twain. The reason I'm not super sold on that option is because I just don't know what I would speedrun. I don't necessarily have any new runs that I'm like, oh, I'd love to do this. It's just kind of the desire to speedrun in general. But I know very well that if I just boot the stream up and say, I don't know what I'm doing tonight, that tends to not go super well. I like to have plans. So I gotta think about that one a little bit more. I also mentioned earlier that that was a cool lag grab. That was fantastic. I mentioned earlier that I need to figure out how to get my controllers working on PC again. I'm probably gonna try to mess with that a little bit tonight and see if I can get that figured out. Therefore, I can't really do emulator stuff right now, so it would kind of be restricted to stuff on Switch anyway. Okay, thank God he had a tail already. I didn't have to worry about him. So I don't know what's happening next week. That's what I'm getting at. I'd say that there's a 33 chance of, there will either be 2 nights of One Step from Eden, I'll simply take Wednesday off, or art stream will move to Friday and then we'll speedrun on Sunday. I don't know how. I wonder if the jump exploit works here, too. You don't see anyone doing it, so probably not. No. No. You gotta be kidding me. Well, we still won, so it's fine. Banana rain Scarlet. Yeah, that's not a raincoat. I don't know which version you were watching. There have been like 4 versions of that character, to be fair. So you may have just been watching a version I was not watching. You know what's kind of disappointing? And it's not disappointing, because it's great, but it's also disappointing. And this is why I've pushed myself as far as I have. Fall Guys streams do well. So it's like, man, I should keep doing it, because, you know, the views are pretty decent. I think it's like 20%, like 25% higher than views usually are for other indie stuff. So it's like, man, shut the fuck up and keep playing Fall Guys. But I guess even though views are higher, I'm not getting like sub growth or anything, so maybe that's not necessarily important. Oh god. I really think for Season 4, the smart thing to do is going to be, when it comes out and it's all fresh, I'll play it like 3 times a week. And I'll just play the shit out of it. Get to level 40 and, like, complete it. And then after that, I'll move on with my life. I can't believe I fucked that up. I thought I was fine. Depth perception is a bitch. Wait, what game? Out of its misery for your own enjoyment? welcome back, Volpe, by the way. Oh, this game? That's the tricky thing. And I'm always preaching about other streamers doing it, right? Where I'm like, you should really... Don't force yourself to play a game just because it's going to grow your channel. If you're not into it, people are going to be able to tell that you're not into it. I do firmly believe that. But there is an appeal to... Oh, this game is getting good views, I should probably play more of it, even though I'm, like, not that into it. Like, there is still appeal. I kind of did it with Mario Galaxy, too, when 3D All-Stars came out. And I was like, well, I just kind of just want to play it. And it actually did pretty well, so I was like, I'm just going to play a lot of it. And, unfortunately, that was very bursty, and, like, only the first stream got really good views, and the rest were all horrible. But... at first, it was like, well, it's doing well, I should just fucking play it. Now, I wasn't forcing myself to play it, is worth pointing out. I love that game. I was kind of forcing myself to speedrun it, and that's why I'm not going to continue speedrunning it. Speedrunning Galaxy sucked. It was not a fun time. Twain, how would you feel about doing Hadoken-less Mega Man X1? I want to assume you're not that into it because it's not competitive. I don't think it's actually a category, like, at all. But I figured we might be able to hit a middle ground there, of we would actually be able to race it, because I wouldn't want to break my controller in half. I don't think it's a category. Is it? I think the way they look at it is if they're gonna do Hadoken list, they might as well do Buster only or something. Which is like, that's kind of extreme, isn't it? Or any percent, yeah. I guess that's the thing. It would qualify as an any percent run. That's how we'd submit it, right? The problem is we'd never be competitive because most any percenters are going to grab significantly less. I kind of wish it had a... X3 has a category called 97%. And it's basically you get everything except you don't kill Zero and get the Zero Saber. That's the only difference. And I'm like, why doesn't X1 have that category? Where it's 100% but you don't get the Hadoken. It's the same principle. Why does X3 have it and X1 doesn't? Because that's kind of exactly what I'm looking for. And the Zero Saber doesn't look nearly as tedious to use by comparison. I wonder if X2 has a Shoryuken-less one. Now I'm curious. Maybe it exists and just no one runs it. So it's just not on the board. But I figured, like, that's what broke me, right? That's what I hated about speedrunning that. Was just the Hadoken management. From what I remember, anyway. Maybe there was something else. But I know you want to focus hard on 1 through 6, too, so... You know, it's not necessarily a March thing, it was just a random thought I had. Any percent gets the Shoryuken? How? Don't you need to have everything to get it, or is that not a qualifier for X2? Yeah, you got it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hoarders is another game that honestly kind of needs to go. I don't hate it, but I can see why people hate it. It's definitely a flawed game. It's, the first 15 seconds decide who's gonna win 90% of the time. Maybe that's the case. My
my memory of what you need to get Hadoken and Shoryuken and all that stuff is shaky, solely because in the 90s, we didn't know for sure, right? So there was a lot of, like, urban legends about, like... I don't know if that's the right word for it. You know what I mean, though. There's a lot of myths about, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. I used to think you had to do Armored Armadillo's stage 7 times to get the Hadoken. I don't know why I thought that. I thought you had to pick up the health drop. You don't have to do that. You just have to, what, see the health drop 4 times, I think? Or 3 times, and then the capsule's there on the 4th? Yeah, I'm still unsure about all that stuff, because it's just 20 years ago, it wasn't as known. Another one I was thinking about, I need to look up a speedrun of it and see just how long is it, how tedious is it, was Mega Man 8 all bolts. I don't know how awful that would be. Probably awful, let's be real. Probably not good, but I'm curious. Oh, the thing that sucks about that is there's no leaderboard for it because it's on. I'd be playing it on Legacy Collection. Maybe there is. There might actually be one for that, because there is a Mega Man 7 100% for Legacy Collection that I own the world record for. Reminder. Out of the 2 people who have run it, I am the best. Last time I checked, anyway. I wonder how optimized any percent is on Legacy Collection. I wonder if I should try to get that one, too. Wow. I haven't practiced the any percent route a whole lot, though. Oh, no. Okay, I'm fine. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, there isn't all bolts for Legacy Collection. 4 people have run it. That's actually a lot. I do still own the record on Mega Man 7 100%. Yeah, X is basically any percent, 100%, and Buster only. That's it. And that one weird one where you use the glitch password to go to the fortress without the dash boots. Yeah, that's similar to how we tracked the Hadoken and such back in the day. It was just like a list of stuff that we thought was related, but we weren't totally sure. Same with Shoryuken, same with the golden armor in X3. It was like, well, we think you have to have all the armor and none of the chips, but I think you also have to have all the sub-tanks and full health, and the sub-tanks at full health too, and it was just this string of we think.
No, that was almost amazing. Yeah, they randomly have a category that is Dashless Fortress, basically. So really what that tells me is that nobody has said, hey, let's do a Hadokenless run. Like, they probably like the tech enough where they're like, well, taking that out would make it not fun. Because I'm noticing that's how speedrun communities tend to work. Link's Awakening is a good example of this, where they have the Hinox Warp. And the way the Hinox Warp works is you have to damage yourself with a bomb, and in the exact same frame, let the Hinox grab you. And then when the Hinox throws you, for whatever reason, it warps you to the end of the dungeon. How does that work? I don't fucking know. But since it's frame perfect, they all agreed that it sucks to do so much that we're just gonna make a category that's no Hinox Warp. So that you don't have to do that bullshit. So I guess with X1, it's just nobody's said, hey, I fucking hate the Hadoken, can we just have a run without it? Specifically, hey, can we do 100% without the Hadoken? Yeah, the subtags don't have to be full. Just in 20 years ago, we thought they did. Ow. Which is kind of funny. Like, Link's Awakening literally has glitchless, glitched, and then glitched except for this one glitch. which is pretty funny. As well as I perhaps hoped. There we go. Blue isn't getting shit done because they're being sweaty tryhards and just trying to fuck with everyone else instead of play the game. Let this be a lesson. I don't know who that is. Wow, Blue just got destroyed. Let that be a lesson. I'm gonna level with you all. I've never watched Saved by the Bell. Never. Man, it still sucks, don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm saying, I don't know who that is, therefore I don't care. Clearly, it still sucks. I'm just saying, I have no idea who that is. I've heard the name. That's about it. That could be the villain from Scream for all I fucking know. How? Before I was a teenager, and even for a couple of years when I was a teenager, if it wasn't a cartoon, I didn't give a fuck. That's really all it came down to. If it wasn't a cartoon, I was like, I don't care. I'm changing the channel. Even, like, whenever you hear anyone, like, in our age bracket talk about, like, old Nickelodeon shows, I relate until they're like, what about The Adventures of Pete and Pete? Dude, that fucking show. And I'm always like, I never watched it. It wasn't a cartoon, so I didn't give a shit. I just changed the channel, like I didn't care. It was just the reality of it. I just never did. I do remember watching, this is topical, I remember watching the game shows, like Guts and Legend of the Hidden Temple and shit. I remember watching those, but otherwise, none of the other stuff I really cared about. I probably have more peripheral viewing hours of my mom watching Star Trek than of anything else. Never watched Are You Afraid of the Dark? I did watch Clarissa Explains It All. Don't remember any of it, but I do remember watching it. But yeah, never watched Are You Afraid of the Dark? I remember a lot of the shows just because they were like so publicized. Like you couldn't watch anything else without hearing about it constantly. How did I not fall over, dude? Did he just screw him? Oh, this is ugly. That was really ugly. Who got it? It looks like I got it. And yet I got screwed. I was pretty goddamn stuck to that thing. I think I'm gonna have to disagree. John, what do you think? I still need to make a thing where I can draw on the screen. Maybe that wouldn't be as funny as I think it is. But I think it would be really funny. And just be like, well, you see what makes great football is great football. That's what... You know what reminds me of this? What this reminds me of is that time that Brett Favre... just say nothing. Yeah, I have no idea about any of those shows either. Every now and then I hear them mentioned, and I'm like, what the fuck are those? Those are Disney Channel? ABC? One or the other? Alright, well that timing was really convenient, so I think we're gonna call it quits there. This was a fucking roller coaster of a stream, I'm not gonna lie. In the last, like, half an hour, I actually wound up managing to have fun. Those first 5.5 hours were fucking rough, though. It was like the first, like, 2 hours, I was just totally on autopilot. And then the middle hours was like... I hate everything. And then the last, like, half an hour was like, oh yeah, this is fun. I forgot. But I think this is gonna be it until Season 4. The sad truth of that is I think I've only streamed Season 3, like, 3 times. I think. Maybe it was 4. I think it's only been 3, though. So that kind of sucks. Because honestly, I liked the stuff that they added to Season 3.
I don't think it's that I'm completely done with the game. I think it's really just that my attention is firmly on other games. There's other stuff that I'm, like, more excited to play. I think is what it comes down to. So, I think we'll drop this for a bit. Potentially bring it back for Season 4. I think it depends on when Season 4 comes out, to be honest, and what else we're up to. I would expect... the game came out in August. Season 2 was in October. Season 3 was in December. So Season 4 is probably going to be in February, actually, like end of February. So we'll probably bring it back. My concern was if it comes out the same week as Monster Hunter Rise, it doesn't stand a fucking chance. But it should come out like a couple of weeks before that, so I think we'll have a chance to at least check it out before I get focused on other things. But that'll probably be it for Season 3, at least. Like I said, I don't know what that means for next week. I'll be thinking about it and try to figure that out. But thank you, everyone, for stopping in and hanging out. It's nice to see, and I guess to a point I understand why streamers would do this. I was saying about how, like, I think streamers really... They should not stream a game solely because it's going to get them growth. And it's good to see that despite the fact that I basically did this, I basically streamed this just to play. Like, it was on the list, and it's like, I guess I'm playing Fall Guys tonight, because it's that time of the week. But it's nice to see that, like, the turnout was still pretty good for that. So, I'm glad that it... Even though I say, like, you know, viewers can tell when the streamer's not into it, I'm glad that it wasn't so obvious that I wasn't into it that it turned people away. That's what I'm getting at. But regardless, I think I'm going to do the smart thing and cut myself off, and we'll try to come back for Season 4. Tomorrow we're going to start Indivisible. I don't know a whole lot about that game, so I think that'll be interesting. I know it's gorgeous to look at, and that's about it. I also know the main character is kind of intolerable. I think, what's that character trope? I mean, they're a hothead. That's not necessarily what I was going for there, but although I guess that's pretty accurate. They're very think first, or act first, think later. So there's a potential that I might very quickly be like, oh, I hate her. I don't think it's that she's sassy. It sounds like she's stupid. And she makes a lot of decisions that are, like, putting people's lives at risk. And she just doesn't care. Like, that's what I've heard anyway. We'll see how it pans out. We'll see how it pans out. I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun. Because I don't know much about it, so it'll mostly be blind. So, badly written might be a good way of putting it too, honestly. That's possible. We'll see. But yeah, we'll start that tomorrow. Saturday we'll be off. Sunday we're going to do an art stream. Next week is kind of up in the air, like I was just saying. Monday we'll do Deep Rock, Tuesday we'll do One Step, but after that I'm not sure what's going to be what. I haven't decided yet. I think the schedule already says Indivisible on Wednesday, but I might decide to take Wednesday off. We'll see. We'll see. I'll either take Wednesday off, or we'll have two Indivisible... Well, I think we'll have two Indivisible nights regardless. I don't know. Depends on if you're supposed to like her or not. Yeah, that's the bad thing. When this, going all the way back to fucking Malroth in Dragon Quest Builders 2, right? Is he was an awful, unlikable dick of a character. There was nothing likable about that character. And the game acted like he was likable.
And that's what made it so bad, is the game constantly acted like he was this great character, and he's such a good friend, and it's like, dude, he's like the biggest asshole I've ever seen in a video game. Like, he's absolutely awful. And yeah, you can kind of deal with that if the game is aware about it, and they're like, oh yeah, this guy's kind of awful. But it wasn't. The game treated him like he was a victim. That was awful. It's a mix, Darian. I'm about to call it quits, for sure. I think at its best, yes, this game is that fun to play. At its worst, no. And I pointed that out a couple times tonight, that I think it's at its best right when a new season starts. Before everybody starts getting ingrained into the super sweaty try-hard meta, that's when it's at its best. Once you get a couple weeks in and everybody have figured out all these shitty exploits, that's when it's like, this is misery. He was likable for being a jerk. No, he wasn't. The only thing he did that was likable was beating the game so that I could permanently remove him from my party. Do you guys remember when I tried to bury him alive? On the slim hope that he wouldn't teleport out of the hole? He did, of course. But I did try to do that. I got so fed up that I was like, I'm just gonna dig a hole and just bury you here. Because I want you to no longer exist. I guess the big issue is it was like, he was an asshole to everyone. He was an asshole to every character he crossed paths with. And they were still like, man, that Malroth, what a guy. It was like, hello? That's what made it so bad, is like, not only was he shitty to us and unlikable, but he was shitty to everybody, and they just acted like that wasn't a thing. It was like, what's the word I'm looking for? Or not the word I'm looking for, the character I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of that being a thing. It was like it was... It was like he had a built-in translator that automatically translated everything he said into not being a shitty person. So no one was actually hearing the shitty things he was saying. They were hearing, like, the mirrored version of it. And they were like, oh yeah, thank you. Like, I am happy with this haircut. Whereas realistically, he just said something like, wow, you look like such a fucking shitbag. Like, he's just repeatedly rude and everyone just smiles and nods. So, if the main character of Indivisible's like that might be a bit of a problem. You know, I haven't watched it. It sounds similar to Korra from Legend of Korra. I've heard that she has the same problem, where she's just overconfident, arrogant, naive. And usually the problem with those characters is that they need to be put in their place so that you can see them grow out of it. This is a completely... really going off on a tangent now. A lot of people have this problem with Captain Marvel in the Marvel series. She's a very arrogant character, and she's only had one movie, so, you know, there's time to grow here. She's very arrogant, she's very, I'm the greatest person around, I can do no wrong, nobody can beat me, and that's a pretty unappealing trait, right? My hope is that they'll make a second movie, and she'll get her shit kicked in, and then she'll grow because of it. This is why I like Iron Man 3, because Tony Stark was also a very unlikable, narcissistic character, But then Iron Man 3, he gets put in his fucking place, and he grows because of it, and that's what makes him an endearing character. Because you see that he is capable of being more than just that. Captain Marvel needs that moment where she gets completely wrecked and has to be like, okay, the way I'm doing things here isn't gonna work any longer. That's important to character growth when you have a character like that. If they don't do that, then that character's doomed, in my opinion. I don't even think she was she wasn't that intolerable in Captain Marvel, but it'll get old after a while if that's all there is to that character. You need the depth. You need to put them in a problem where they have to say, my usual situation here is not going, my usual answer here is not going to work. And that's what Iron Man 3 did. It said, here's a problem, Tony. You don't have your suit. Figure it out. And that's what made it an interesting movie, because he had to deal with that was his go-to. Before that was just, I'll just put the suit on. So that's integral. If she's going to be a character like that, Ajna in Indivisible, she needs to have a moment where she has to realize, this isn't working, I need to change the way I do things. And then that will make her a compelling character. Again, this is where Malroth failed, because he never had that moment. They gave him the opportunities to grow. You know who else was a really good example for this? Hop. Hop, they built a reason for him to say, the way I'm living my life, like the way I operate as a trainer doesn't work, and I need to do something differently. And then he just didn't take it. He didn't change. They offered the story beat so that he could change and grow as a character, and he just didn't take it. He was just like, nah, I'm just gonna keep being Hop. Haha. I'm your rival. Now that we're on our 8th rival battle, I'm super impressed that you know your type weaknesses. It's horrible. And that's why, because they didn't let him grow as a character. That's why Bede was a good character, because he was a fucking asshole, but he got put in his place and had to change his ways to grow as a character, and that makes him compelling. That's good shit. That's good shit. And Hop didn't do that, which was a massive failure. That's a better example because there's a contrast there. Malroth had the same problem as Hop, though, where they offered him opportunities to change, but he just never did. He was just always like, well, I'm gonna try to change. Fuck it, this is too hard. Like, every single time. And that's... You don't want to see that. I still don't know if it's pronounced Bede or Bede. I think it's pronounced Bede. I think I looked into this at one point and found out that's like the canonical pronunciation. Yes, because his Japanese name is Beat. So it would be pronounced Bede. I'm going with that. I'm going with that. Just like Bubble Lead. It's not Bubble Lead, because the Japanese pronunciation is Bubaru Rido. Bubble Lead. Bam. I'm sticking to that. I agree, Bede is a stupid name. I don't like Bede either. I think that also sounds horrible. It's a bad name in general. Is it better or worse than Hop? That's a question for the ages. I don't think we'll ever have an answer for that. I guess Hop's not a bad name. He's just a bad character. It wasn't his name that made me hate him. It wasn't even his design that made me hate him. It was his writing. That's kind of where this that's the overarching point of this conversation. Anyway, so that was a 15-minute rant. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. I don't know how many streams that'll take to get through. I have no idea how long that game is. We're just gonna wing it. We'll see what happens. So thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I did not. Hold on. I do have 15 likes, so I'm gonna do some extra pixels for that, and then pixels for the end of the stream. Apparently we have 7 people watching. I should probably put a raid together on that note, even though I'm super hungry and all I want to do is go get something to eat. I got someone playing Scott Pilgrim. like it's a big collab, so I wouldn't know where to actually send people. We were also talking about that game earlier, so that's another appealing option. Yikes. Scarlet. You're not wrong. I wonder if that's what they were going for. Marnie doesn't fit into that, though. It is a very Mega Man theming, though. What was I gonna say? Oh, I have chicken waiting for me. Chicken and mashed potatoes is dinner tonight. Let me see. Let me see what's going on with some of these options really quick. That. How long's he been going? I think we're gonna go with this one. He's only been going for 2 hours. Let's do that. This game's fun. Alright, so let's raid. Thank you all again for hanging out tonight. We're gonna go see how Harv is doing. He's playing some Mario Galaxy. I don't know if this is blind. Haven't played it in years. So, he's played it, but it hasn't been a while. It has been a while, rather. What are you guys talking about? Alright, so I'll see you over there for the raid. I'll see you back here tomorrow to start Indivisible. Thanks again for hanging out, and I'll see you guys next time. Take it easy.